ISO certified, world-class quality.
Lumipas at magbago ang panahon. Iisa at nakatatak ang kauna-unahang himpilan sa paghahatid ng serbisyo publiko at balita. Ito ang Radio Mindanao Networks. Higit 6 na dekada sa paglilingkod sa masang Pilipino. Sa Metro Manila, ito ang DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho, ang inyong gabay sa hanap buhay. SONA ng pagbabago. SONA ng pagbabago. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho. Special coverage. Ihahatid ng buong puwersa ng mga radyoman ng DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho ang mga kaganapan sa buong bansa para sa huling State of the Nation Address ng Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Mapapanood ng live sa Facebook. Punta lang sa RMN News at mapapakinggan sa lahat ng RMN stations sa buong bansa. SONA ng pagbabago. Ang Huling Yugto, hatid ng DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat mga kasama. Kami po ang inyong mga Radyoman Jenny Pahilanga
at Radyoman Ronnie Ramos po. Magandang hapon ho sa inyong lahat. Kumusta kayo? Maulan ba?
Hindi na partner.
Hindi na.
Radyoman Ronnie. Maaraw na, thank God.
Umuulan ngayon.
Oo nga. Swerte ni Pangulo ha. Maaraw ang panahon ngayon.
Nakabalintunaan doon sa report kahapon na di umano yung magiging maulan. Na posibleng ulanin. Pero what I'm feeling is baka nga mangyari yun dahil mamaya pagka nagsipaglipanan na yung mga salot sa lansangan.
Salot talaga.
Mga mga istorbo sa trapiko. Ay pag naglipanan na yan, baka bumuhos bigla ulan.
Naman, abangan natin yan. But anyway mga kasama, samahan niyo po kami ang alas 4 ng hapon ng yung Radyoman Jenny at Radyoman Ronnie para po sa ating special coverage at partner, meron tayong special report muna. By the way, congratulations sa katatapos na programa. Ang Prom D partner, ano?
Basta Prom D,
Basta
Lodi.
Prom D, Lodi.
Buti na lang Prom D ako.
At salamat po sa inyong napakasarap na na pagkain. Yan si Miss Astral at si Congressman. Ano? Anyway, mga kasama, partner, pakinggan muna natin.
Sige, ito ho yung special report kaugnay sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea at ang territorial dispute sa pagitan po ng China at ng Pilipinas. Mula naman po sa report ni XL Radyoman 7 Rhea Mamogay.
Then I will ask the Navy to bring me to the nearest boundary dyan sa Spratly, Scarborough. Bababa ako, sasakay ako ng jet ski, dala-dala ko yung flag ng Pilipino at pupunta ako doon sa airport nila, tapos itanim ko. Then I would say, this is ours and do what you want with me. Bahala na kayo.
Nananatiling hamon ngayon para sa Pilipinas ang pagmamatigas at paninindigan ng China na bahagi ng kanilang teritoryo ang West Philippine Sea. Malaking dagok din ito sa mga mangingisdang Pilipinong araw-araw na nakikipagpatintero sa mga Chinese vessels na umaaligid sa ating karagatan. Ano na nga ba ang nagawang hakbang ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa usaping nakasalalay ang soberanya, integridad ng ating teritoryo at pambansang interests?
We firmly reject attempts to undermine it. We welcome the increasing number of states that have come in support of the award and what it stands for.
Sa United Nations General Assembly noong nakaraang taon, iginiit ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na bahagi na ng international law ang 2016 ruling na ibinaba ng Permanent Court of Arbitrations sa The Hague na nagbabasura sa historical claims ng China sa West Philippine Sea o mas tinatawag na 9-dash line. Pero ngayong taon lamang tila nagpapakita ang China China ng kanilang military power. Sa katunayan nitong Marso, aabot sa higit 200 Chinese vessels ang namataang nakahimpil sa iba't ibang bahura at isla sa West Philippine Sea, partikular sa Huling Felipe Reef. Dito iginiit ni Defense Secretary Delfin Lorenzana na provocation ang ginagawa ng China dahil sa panghihimasok sa 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone at continental shelf ng bansa. Kanya ring ipinanawagan na agad na umalis ang mga barko sa naturang lugar.
Dinagdagdagan natin ang ating naval assets, Western Command Area War, kung saan at pa itong West Philippine Sea. So, increase po natin yung ating frequency ng pag-conduct ng patrol dyan sa area at titiyakin natin na mapangalagaan natin yung safety at security ng ating mga mangingisda at maproteksyonan natin ang ating yamang dagat at ganon din ma-present natin yung integrity ng ating bansa.
April 3, muling nanawagan si Lorenzana sa mga barko ng China sa Huling Felipe Reef na umalis dahil wala na silang dahilan para manatili doon lalo't bumuti na ang panahon. Pero sumagot ang China at tinawag na unprofessional ang pahayag ni Lorenzana. Dito na sumiklab ang World War o palitan ng patutsyada sa pagitan ni Lorenzana at Chinese Embassy. Dito na nagpasya ang Department of Foreign Affairs na magsimulang maghain araw-araw ng diplomatic protest laban sa China.
Pag kinuha na yung oil, kung anong mga nickel dyan, and precious stones, that would be the time, because that is the time that we should act on it. Pag mag-umpisa na sila ng drill ng oil dyan, sabihin ko talaga sa China, is that part of our agreement? Because if it is not part of our agreement, I'm going to also to drill my oil there. If you own it, I own it.
Sumagot ang China at sinabing ang Pilipinas dapat ang tumigil sa isinasagawa nilang drill sa karagatan at pinalagan ito ng ating Defense at Foreign Affairs Department.
Shout out to President Duterte that China is not in possession of the West Philippine Sea. Shout out loud so that President Duterte will wake up from his sleep under his kulambo and admit to the nation the truth.
Kindly just allow our fishermen to fish in peace. So there is no reason for trouble. If there is one brewing, you call our attention and we can talk immediately.
Naging kontrobersyal din ang pahayag ng Pangulo na ang 2016 arbitral ruling ay isa lamang kaperasong papel.
Ngayon pagdating ko, ang barko nandyan sa West Philippine Sea, China boat, ship, tayo wala na. Tapos sabi nila, itong papel na sa kaso nanalo tayo, ipursu mo. Pinursu ko. Walang nangyari. Sabi, actually, sa pangbugoy, sabihin ko sa iyo, bigay mo sa akin, sabihin ko, papel lang yan. Itatapon ko yan sa wastebasket.
Itinanggi rin ng Pangulo na ipinampalit ang West Philippine Sea sa mga donasyong COVID-19 vaccines ng China. Tinawag ding istupido ng Pangulo ang mga naniniwala sa kanyang pag-jet ski sa West Philippine Sea. Sinabi rin ng Pangulo na binanggit sa kanya ni Chinese President Xi Jinping na magkakaroon ng gulo kapag kumuha ang Pilipinas ng langis sa West Philippine Sea.
Pero yung sa akin kasi personal, sana all. Sana yung gobyerno natin willing din na magpakita ng konting tapang regarding the issue. Kasi talagang habang umaatras tayo, lalo lang tayong didiinan. Pag interest na ng sariling bansa natin, dapat pumalag tayo.
Nagtataka lang po ako kasi wala rin naman kaming report na natanggap na hindi pwedeng mangisda doon sa area. In fact, may report po sa amin na meron po isang bangka, fishing boat na nasa loob mismo ng Bao de Masinloc.
Hindi lang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipino ang apektado kundi ang pagkawasak ng coral reefs at marine ecosystem dahil umunoy sa pagtatapon ng human waste o dumi ng tao sa karagatan. Batay sa ulat ng Similarity, isang US-based geospatial intelligence firm. Pero ang impormasyong ito ay itinatanggi ng China. Ayon kay Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Xiao Lijian, joke lang daw ang impormasyon at nais lamang daw ng US group na ito na mas lalong magalit ang mga Filipino sa China.
Yung litratong ipinakita nila hindi po ganoon ang waste discharge na nanggagaling po sa mga vessel na galing po sa tao. Ang tingin po natin yun, most probably oil spill yun.
Kamakailan lang isang Chinese vessel na nakaangkla sa Marie Louise Bank malapit sa Palau larawan ang nagawang maitaboy ng PCG at pinuri ito ni Pangulong Duterte. Ngayong nalalapit na ang eleksyon, iginiit ni Justice Carpio at dating Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert Del Rosario na dapat itaguyod ang arbitral ruling at mabaligtad ang pro-China policy ng Duterte administration.
This extended continental shelf claim asserts the existence of a Philippine exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea and affirms by state practice the arbitral award.
Therefore, we all need to take action to cause the reversal of this situation. Do this concretely by participating in next year's election and selecting a leader who will provide good governance.
Pero pagbabanta ng Pangulo kay Del Rosario, kakasuhan niya ito dahil sa naging papel nito kung bakit napunta sa China ang Scarborough o Panatag Shoal.
Ang aking majority is 6 million over lahat 16 million. 16 million plus voted. 6 million of that was my majority over your friend. Kaya ikaw yung mukha mo, hindi ko nga malaman kung Pilipino ka ba o are you a Filipino? I want to see you personally. Where can I meet you? Saan ka ba nagkakape-kape? Ibuhos ko yung kape sa mukha mo. Maniwala ka.
Sa pre-SONA forum, sinabi ni Lorenzana na nagawang maitaguyod ng Duterte administration ang soberanya ng bansa sa West Philippine Sea.
Nang dahil sa ginawa ni Presidente Duterte, noong siya pumasok, sinabi niya, we are friends of everyone, an enemy of no one. Wala tayong kalaban, pakipagkaibigan yan. Hindi tayo mga mamimili ng kaibigan basta nakakatulong sa atin. And they can support our national interest.
Sa ngayon, mas namamayagpag ang aktibidad ng China sa West Philippine Sea kung saan apektado nito ang mga mangingisdang Pinoy na umaasa lamang sa kanilang mahuhuling isda para mapakain ang kanilang mga pamilya. Para sa SONA ng Pagbabago ang Huling Yugto, ako si Radyo Man, Graham Amogay, Tatak RMN.
SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho Special Coverage.
Maraming salamat sa special report na ating mga kasama partner. Kasama natin sa hapong ito si Professor Romel Banlawi. Pag-uusapan ho natin isang security analyst tungkol po sa katatapos lamang na special report ng West Philippine Sea at itong territorial dispute. Partner?
Alright. Magandang hapon no, Professor Romel Banlawi. Ano na ba talagang estado natin dyan sa usapin na yan? Hello?
Hello sir, good afternoon.
West Philippine Sea, ang current situation diyan ngayon ay alam naman natin na nagkakaroon ng tension dahil nga sa increased presence ng China sa area na pinapaniwalaan natin na bahagi ng ating teritoryo. Pero bagamat na tumataas yung tension, ay patuloy naman yung pag-usap ng dalawang bansa para ma-calm yung current tension or ma-lower yung current tension at ma-pursue yung pinaplano nilang cooperative undertaking sa West Philippine Sea.
Pero sa tingin ho ninyo, sa nalalabing ilang buwan na lang ng Pangulo, ng pamumuno ni Pangulong Duterte, saan makakarating itong mga diplomatic talks between China and the Philippines in regards dito sa territorial dispute nito dyan sa West Philippine Sea?
Sa ngayon, masasabi natin na napaka-uncertain ng situation dahil nga hindi natin alam kung ano magiging kahinatnan ng eleksyon natin sa May 2022, kung mapapalitan ang pamahalaan at hindi pabor sa pamahalang Duterte ang uupo, ay malamang magkaroon ng mga reversal ng policies, lalong-lalo na kung opposition ang tumayo dyan. Pero kung ang maupo sa Malacanang ay kapanalig ni Pangulong Duterte, ay umaasa tayo na yung mga policies niya na simulan ay maaring magpatuloy. Pero sa ngayon ay punong-puno pa tayo ng uncertainty. So let us wait and see kung ano ang mangyayari sa election natin sa 2022.
Okay po, Professor Banlawi, ito po ang tanong natin. Mahalaga tong tanong na to at gustong malaman to ng taong bayan mula po sa inyo bilang isang security analyst po. Anong grado nyo kay Pangulong Duterte hinggil sa usapin po ng West Philippine Sea?
Naitanong na po sa akin yan sa mga iba't ibang forum at naibigay ko pong grado sa sa Pangulong Duterte ay 8.
Bakit po?
Dahil ang pinagmumulan po ng 8 na yan dahil unang-una sa termino ng Pangulong Duterte, wala naman talagang nawala na bahagi ng teritoryo natin. Although marami tayong nakitang mga incursions, pero wala talagang teritoryo ang nawala. Hindi nawala sa atin kapas na nangyari noong 1995 yung Mischief Reef at noong 2012 yung Scarborough Shoal. Wala pong ganyang teritoryong wala sa atin. Ang mga na-experience po natin ay mga panghihimasok, mga incursions sa area natin. So, yun. At pangalawa, matagumpay na isinagawa ng ating Pangulo yung tinatawag na hedging strategy with the United States and China, na habang nakikipag-usap tayo sa China and promoting friendly relations with China, minamaintain pa rin natin yung ating alliance with the United States. Although yung alliance natin with the United States ay nasa uncertain grounds din dahil nga terminated yung visiting forces agreement at pinustindi lamang ng another 6 months. So bahagi yun ng paglalaro ni President Duterte in order to get the best of both worlds ng China at ng Pilipinas. Ngayon yung bakit hindi perfecto, hindi 10? Kasi
Yan nga, hindi 10. Nasaan na punta po yung 2?
Maraming room for improvement Maraming room for improvement pa dahil unang-una ay hindi pa talaga na isa sa katuparan yung mga planong cooperation between China and the Philippines sa West Philippine Sea. Halimbawa, yung Joint Fishery Management na pinag-usapan noong 2019 at mayroon ng technical working group diyan, ay hindi pa rin nai-implement yan. Sana ma-implement yan kahit man lamang sa Scarborough Shoal para naman madagdagan yung magiging catch ng ating mangingisda. Dahil sa ngayon, talong-talo talaga yung mga mangisda natin dahil yung mga ginagamit nilang mga bangka ay maliliit lamang kumpara sa ginagamit ng mga Chinese fishermen. Talagang industrial boats ang ginagamit nila, talagang massive, in fact excessive yung fishing activities na ginagawa nila. Mapipigilan yung ganyang mga excessive activities kung magkakaroon ng joint fishery management ang Pilipinas at ang China sa Scarborough Shoal area. At kung maging matagumpay yan, pwede yung i-implement sa buong South China Sea area.
Pero diba,
tapos yung development of natural gas and oil, hindi pa rin natutupad yan. Although nagkaroon na ng MOU noong 2018, ay hindi pa rin i-implement yung joint development of natural gas and oil sa West Philippine Sea.
So ibig sabihin hindi pa nakikinig o hindi pa tayo pinagbibigyan ng China doon sa pakiusap ng presidente, baka pwedeng payagan lang mangisda yung ating mga kababayan.
Sa mga huling bisita ko sa Scarborough Shoal bago magpa-pandemic ay pinapayagan naman mangisda yung mga Pilipino sa Scarborough Shoal. Ang hindi lang sila pinapayagan ay pumasok doon sa lagoon ng Scarborough Shoal dahil po yung lagoon ay binabantayan ng China's Coast Guard. Pero alam naman ng mga mangisda sa area na yon, yung karamihan ng magagandang huli ay nasa loob ng lagoon.
Ayun
Kaya yun. Pero sa vicinity ng lagoon, around the Scarborough Shoal, ay malaya pong nakakapangisda yung ating mangingisda doon. Naharas lang sila dahil nga may presensya ng China Coast Guard vessel. May presensya ng mga Chinese doon. Yung mga Chinese Coast Guard vessels nasa area na yun. At kung malapit sa lagoon, siyempre, itataboy sila ng Chinese Coast Guard kasi yun ang utos sa kanila ng pamahalaan nila. Pero kung di sila mag-attempt na pumasok doon sa lagoon, ay hindi naman sila pinapahinto sa pangisda. Doon lang sila, hindi lang sila pinapahintulutan na pumasok sa loob ng lagoon. At nung bago makontrol ng China yung Scarborough Shoal, ay malayang nakakapasok yung ating mangisda natin sa lagoon kung saan ay doon sila nakakakuha ng maraming catch. Kaya ngayon, maliit na talaga yung catch nila dahil hindi na sila nakakapasok sa area.
So yan ang kailangan nating resolbahin sa mga susunod na panahon o susunod na araw.
Yun nga. Kaya nga kung ma-implement yung joint fishery management, sinabi rin ng International Arbitral Tribunal na traditional fishing ground yan ng Pilipinos, mga Chinese, dapat makinabang din tayo, hindi lamang sa paligid ng Scarborough Shoal, kundi na rin sa loob kung saan makikita mo doon yung napakayamang dagat, mga yamang dagat ng Scarborough Shoal.
Okay. Maraming salamat daw, Sir
Thank you, Prof.
Professor Romel Banlawi. 8 ang kanyang ibinigay na grado sa ating Pangulong.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you po. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. So,
alam mo, family planning yan eh.
Oh, bakit naman partner
Tingnan mo,
family planning?
Balikan mo yung kasaysayan ng Pilipinas at saka ng China. Simula pa nung unang panahon, magkaibigan ang China at ang Pilipinas. Sapagkat tayo yung nagpapalitan ng mga produkto during the trade barter, ng barter trades, di ba? Yung mga porsilana ng mga plato sa kanila galing yan.
China.
Yung mga porsilana ng mga antigo na mga banga. Sa kanila galing yan. Samantalang sa atin ay palayok. Yung kulay pula, di ba? Na putik.
At yung
na
tinurok sa'yo at tinurok sa akin galing ng...
Well, ng China, yung Sinovac. Pero as I was saying, kung hindi napabayaan yung pagdami ng mga Chinese nung araw, dahil sa laki ng bansa nila, hindi ganyan kalaki yung pangangailangan nila sa pagkain eh. But they're being forced. Dahil kailangan nilang pakainin ng bilyon-bilyong mga Chinese.
Populasyon nila.
Diba? Tapos may Pilipino pa ron. May mga Amerikano pa ron. Hindi naman puro inche ka nandun eh. Pero mga karadyo, maraming salamat po. Muli, number 8 ang naging grado na binigay ni Professor Banlawi sa usapin ng seguridad sa West Philippine Sea nito pong sa pagitan ng bansang Pilipinas at ng China. Yan. Mamaya, ano kaya ang mga susunod na mga usapin? At yan po yung ating antabayanan sa pagbabalik ng SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto.
Saglit po lamang, babalik po kami. Oras, 3:03 in the afternoon.
That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. ACS. That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. ACS. That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. ACS. That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. ACS.
Kung kailangang lumabas ng bahay, sundin ang tamang oras at araw ng paglabas ng bahay para makaiwas sa dami ng tao at makaiwas makakuha ng virus. Isang paalala mula sa ACS Manufacturing, maker of Shield Bath Soap.
Marami na ang natulungan ng Nature Soya Coffee.
Ako si Judy Antagtagon, isang estudyante. Grabe ang pananakit ng tiyan ko noon dahil sa ulcer. Nahihirapan na ako kumain. Uminom ako ng Nature Soya Coffee. Natulungan ako nito sa problema ko sa ulcer.
Kayo rin, gumamit na ng Nature Soya Coffee. Pambibili sa inyong mga suking butika.
Mahalagang paalala, ang Nature Soya Coffee ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamitin panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
Starwax, ang #1 floor wax. May waterproof formula. Buhusan man ang tubig, balikin tabang sahig.
Starwax wax. Kinang na to the max, max, max.
Starwax floor wax. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
Balitang Land Bank. Magbabalik na ang palatuntunang maghahatid sa atin ng kaalamang pangpinansyal at pangkabuhayan. Sabay-sabay tayong makinig at matuto tungkol sa iba't ibang produkto, serbisyo at programang pautang ng Land Bank of the Philippines simula ngayong Pebrero 16 alas 5:30 ng umaga. Balitang Land Bank. Tutok na tuwing Martes alas 5:30 ng umaga sa RMN stations nationwide. Mapapanood din ito via Facebook at YouTube Live ng RMN stations at sa Signal TV Channel 309. Hatid ng Land Bank. We help you grow.
We help you grow.
Cellphone Plus Gold. Ako si Weng. Matagal ko nang iniinda yung sakit ng likod ko. Talagang napakasakit. Pero pag take ko ng Santon Plus Gold, sa loob ng 2 linggo, hindi na sumasakit ang likod ko.
Cellphone Plus Gold. Mas pinalakas, pinagaling, pinahusay. Cellphone Plus Gold.
Mabibili sa mga butika.
Boom! Papaya! White Rose Papaya! Yeah, yeah, yeah!
whitening ng papaya extracts and vitamin B3. Clinically proven magpaputi in as early as 7 days with regular use.
Puti ka, White Rose Papaya. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Papaya puti, papaya fast. White Rose Papaya with vitamin B3. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified world-class quality.
ACS.
Sample Plus Herbal Capsule.
Ako si Roy, taga Santa Rosa, Laguna. Malabo yung mata ko. Sabi ng doktor, may glaucoma daw ako. Pero tinry kong uminom ng Santon Plus Herbal Capsule. Inaraw-araw ko, nawala yung glaucoma. Nabis talaga yung Santon Plus Herbal Capsule.
Sample Plus.
Bibili sa mga butika.
DZXL Radyo Trabaho. DZXL ang inyong gabay sa hanap buhay. SONA ng pagbabago. Ang Huling Yugto. Report.
Ilang mga bisita po sa SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte nagsisidatingan na. Detalye po niyan mula naman kay XL Rajuman Sais, Conde Batak. Kasamang Conde?
Rajuman Jen, nagsisidatingan pa rin yung mga bisita na dadalo sa huling State of the Nation Address o SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ilang oras na lamang. Mula ngayon, ilan sa mga dumating ay sina DOTR Secretary Arthur Tugade, Papal Nuncio Archbishop Charles Brown, Robin Padilla, Philip Salvador, DOT Secretary Bernadette Puyat, DILG Secretary Eduardo Año, DOH Secretary Francisco Duque III, CPNP Chief General Guillermo Eliazar, gayon din ng mga senador, sina Senators Francis Tolentino, Mig Zubiri, Bong Revilla, Bato de la Rosa, Amy Marcos, at kasabay ding dumating si Senate President Vicente Soto III at si Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Salvador Panelo. Samantala, iboboykot naman ng mga miyembro ng Makabayan Bloc ang huling SONA ng Pangulo ngayong araw. Hindi pa rin naman isinasara yung sitwasyon sa may Kamara, hindi pa rin isinasara ngayon yung pinto ng North at South Wing at tuloy pa rin yung antigen testing sa mga bisita para sa SONA ng Pangulo. Inaasahan namang 3:30 p.m. ay darating ang Presidente sa Batasan Complex at alas 4 ng hapon naman ang ihahatid ng Pangulo ang kanyang taunang ulat sa bayan. Yan muna ang update para sa SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Ako si Rajuman Conde Batak, Tatak, RMN.
SONA ng pagbabago. Ang Huling Yugto. Report.
Maraming salamat XL Rajuman sa East Conde Batak. Samantala, alamin natin gaano ba katagal ang magiging SONA speech ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. XL Rajuman 4, Angel Ronquillo. Angel?
Rajuman Ronnie at Rajuman Jen, tinatayang tatagal sa 1 oras ang haba ng talumpati ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para sa kanyang huling State of the Nation address ngayong hapon. Ito ay ayon kay Communications Secretary Martin Andanar ay base na rin sa huling rehearsal na isinagawa ng Pangulo kahapon. Gayunpaman, ayon kay Andanar, posibleng humaba sa 1 oras ang talumpati mamaya kung mag-a-adlib ang Pangulo habang inilalatag ang orinal naman ng kanyang talumpati. Una na ang sinabi ng kalihim na asahan magiging simple, memorable at tatatak sa puso at isipan ng mamamayan ang huling SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Samantala, ilan nga sa mga inaasahan nating miyembro ng gabinete na personal na dadalo sa SONA ng Pangulo sa Batasang Pambansa ay sina Presidential Spokesperson Secretary Harry Roque, PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar, DPWH Secretary Mark Villar, gayon din itong si Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Salvador Panelo at Agriculture Secretary William Dar. Habang sa Malacanang namang inaasahang manonood ng SONA, sina DSWD Secretary Rolando Bautista at via virtual din ang pagtutok ni na Budget Secretary Wendell Abisado at Environment Secretary Roy Simatu. Para sa SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, ako si Rajuman Angel Ronquillo, Tatak Arimen.
SONA ng pagbabago. Ang Huling Yugto. Report.
Mula po naman dyan sa bahagi ng Commonwealth Quezon City, nagapinantin ang balita ni XL Rajuman Silvestre Labay.
Rajuman Jenny, si Police Major General Vicente Tanaw Jr. ay katabi ko ngayon. General, kumusta ang mga realista at I understand na talagang may tweet yung pinatutupad mong Sigurada General?
So far, wala naman po tayo naging problema sa ngayon. Ang ating mga tropa po ay naka-in-face pa rin po sa kanilang kanya-kanyang area. And hindi po sila alis dito hanggat hindi natatapos at nakikitang nakabalik na maayos ang ating Pangulo sa kanyang tirahan sa Malacanang. So we will be here up to the last minute of the SONA.
General, we understand na kanina nakipagpulong ng karin sa mga militanteng grupo. Ano po yung napagkasuhan?
May mga previous talks naman na before this day, a series of engagement actually. And we agreed na hanggang doon ang sinasabihan ng Panangkora at doon sila magrarally. And I'm very grateful dahil yung unang grupo na nakausap natin, naging maayos naman po yung kanilang pag-rally. So they left as early as 1 p.m. and wala naman pong aberya na nangyari.
Si Ronnie, ang aming anchorman, si Ronnie Ramos at saka si Jenny Pahilangga. Jenny, Ronnie?
Yes. So ngayon, standstill ang ating mga kapulisan ngayon. Ibig sabihin, walang masyadong problema kinakaharap. Hindi masyadong mainit ang sitwasyon dyan sa kabaan ng Commonwealth Avenue. Rajuman Rambo.
Nakikikinig. Baka meron ka katanungan kay General Danao, Ronnie.
Well, so far okay lang naman ako. Nakikita naman natin. We've been monitoring them since last night Kasi nga tinitingnan natin kung ano yung kanila magiging paghahanda dahil na-expect natin tatry do rin itong mga rallyista ang ating kapulisan. But what I see from our end, handa naman sila sa anumang gagawin itong mga rallyista na ito.
Yes, opo. Wala naman po tayo naging problema and lahat naman po napag-usapan na maayos.
Alright. Maraming salamat, sir.
Yes. General Danao, kapansin-pansin, yung pangako nyo noon kayo sa MPD, itong kusina, teleskwela, bayanihan sa mga dinubog din ng ating mga kababayan kasi yung mga task force nakiisa na rin ito.
Yes, meron po tayong mobile kitchen. Ang purpose po nito ay para umikot, para po magsilbing magbigay ng pagkain po sa mga kababayan natin na nag-iikaw. And ngayon, tamang-tama dahil nakadeploy po yung ating mga tao. So, pinrioritize po muna natin ang ating mga kapulisan.
Okay, General, mensahe nyo po sa ating mga kababayan.
Well, unang-una kami po ay lubos na humihingi po ng pamanin. Again, dati po mga kababayan, lalo-lalo na po yung apektado po ng trapiko at saka ng mga checkpoints. Kami po ay humihingi sa inyo ng pamanin na sana po ay inuunawain. Pag-cooperate lang po tayo na maayos. Kung wala naman po tayong gagawin sa labas ng bahay, we advise everyone to please just stay at home na lang po muna.
Okay, maraming salamat si NCRPO Chief Director General Vicente Danao Jr. para sa SONA ng pagbabago, Huling Yugto, Silvestre Labay, Tatak, RMN.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Report!
Tingnan mo nga naman meron palang kudeta sa Senado. Buti na lang hindi natuloy. Dahil yung daw balitang tangkang pag-agaw sa liderato ng Senado, hindi nasa katuparan. Kung bakit, XL Radyo Manunog, Grace Mariano, good afternoon.
Balikan natin ang report na yan ni XL Rajuman Uno, Grace Mariano, partner. Samantala, sa bahagi ni Rajuman 8, Mike Yagoy.
Pag-asa naman sige, mamaya na natin balikan si Grace Mariano. Samantala, yung daw Marawi Compensation Bill ay ipapasa na. Gustong ihirit ng mga Muslim leader sa huling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Yun ang kanilang kahilingan. XL Radyo Manod, Mike Guyagoy, good afternoon.
Kasamang Mike.
Mike.
Yes po, kasabay din ang huling State of the Nation address ngayong araw ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Nagtipon-tipon din kanina ang mga Muslim leaders dito sa lungsod ng Quezon. Kabilang sa mga nagtipon-tipon dito ay ang Metro Manila Muslim Traders Association, Sultan sa Maging United Imam of the Philippines, ang Muslim Multisectoral Organization, ang Moro Ako at Ranao Charitable Society. Ayon kay Attorney Najib Taib, Pangulo ng Moro Ako, naniniwala sila na hindi pa huli na maipaabot ang kanilang apela kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para ipanawagan na bago bumaba ito sa pwesto ay masertipikahan na sanang urgent ang pagpapalawig sa Bangsamoro Transition Authority Bill o itong RA 11054 at ang full implementation nito. Ito upang gawing sustainable at tuloy-tuloy ang pagsasakatuparan ng mga nakamit sa usapang pangkapayapaan noon sa More Islamic Liberation Front o MILF. Partikular rito ang pagtigil na ng kaguluhan sa Mindanao at ang tuloy-tuloy na paghahatid ng mga proyekto. Nababahala kasi ang Muslim leaders na kung bumaba na sa pwestong Pangulo ay mabaliwala lamang ang mga sinimulan nilang mga programa. Para sa SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, ako si Radyo Mahan, Mike Uyagoy, Tatak, RMN.
SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Report!
Balikan natin samantala mga kasama, balita na tangkang pag-agaw ng partner ng liderato. Sa liderato ng Senado, hindi na isa katuparan. Nagbabalik po sa detalye sa XL Radyoman 1, Grace Mariano. Kasamang Grace?
Oo, sa pagbubukas nga ng sesyon ngayong araw ay di nangyari ang lumabas na impormasyon nitong weekend na tatangkaing agawin o mano ang liderato ng Senado mula kay Senate President Tito Soto III. Magugunitang nitong weekend ay ibinunyag ni Senator Pamphilo Lacson ng nasagap na impormasyong may nagpapaikot ng draft resolution para mapalitan si SP Soto. Nauna na rin sinabi ni Senate Majority Leader Juan Miguel Zubiri na hindi o malabong mangyari dahil tiyak na hindi na nito susuportahan ng nakararaming mga senador. Nananawagan din si Zubiri sa mga kasamahan na huwag nang pagdiskitahan pa na baguhin o palitan ang Senate leadership dahil makakaapekto ito sa kanilang trabaho. Ayon kay SP Soto, sa pagbubukas ng kanilang sesyon kanina ay may mga senador ang lumapit sa kanya at nilinaw na hindi sila kasama sa nagbabalak na tanggalin siya bilang leader ng Senado. Binanggit ni SP Soto na kabilang sa mga ito ay sina Senators Christopher Bongo at Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Di naman ni SP Soto dahil ang pananatili niya sa pwesto ay nakabatay sa suporta ng mayorya ng mga senador. Tiniyak din ni SP Soto na hindi makakaapekto sa kanyang trabaho ang plano niyang pagkandidato sa pagka-vice presidente sa 2022 elections katandem ni Senator Pamphilo Lacson. Samantala, ngayon naman ay may mga senador na dumating sa batasan para personal na saksihan ang huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Yan ay sina SP Soto, Senator Zubiri, Senators De La Rosa, Senators Amy Marcos at Bong Revilla Jr. At inaantabayanan din ang pagdating doon ni Senator Win Gatchalian at Senator Francis Tolentino at si Senator Christopher Bongo. Para sa SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, ako si Radyoman 1, Grace Mariano, Tatak, Arimen.
Alright, it's alas 3:19 ng hapon, naka-military time kasi. Ang oras natin sa buong kapulan mga karadyo. Maraming salamat dyan sa report, XL Radyoman 1, Grace Mariano. Wala talagang panahon eh. Imagine ilang buwan na lang, mag-aagawan pa ba naman kayo sa pwesto?
Oo nga.
And every one of you will be very busy sa paghahanda sa susunod na eleksyon.
Yun ang doon, pinag-uusapan ngayon, partner, eleksyon.
Yun na nga eh. Siguro gusto nilang agawin yung pwesto para kahit papaano maging SP yung interesado. Dahil busy na sa pangangampanya sa pag-ikot si SP Soto. Pero hindi ganoon kadali yun. Ano tawag dito? Marami kang kailangang ihanda dyan. Maraming bulsa ang kailangan mong punuan dyan.
Yun lang. Anyways, partner, mga kasama at ating special coverage pa rin po ng SONA. Ang Huling Yugto ay meron tayong special report, partner. This is about human rights. Ito maganda itong pag-usapan. Human rights violation sa panahon ng administrasyong Duterte.
Hanggang saan ba yung human rights violation na yan? Hanggang saan ba yung karapatang pantao?
Yun. At ito, war on drugs. Ito talaga yun eh. Ito talaga yun. Yung
actually, yung war on drug ang tinitingnan dyan.
Ni
Kung saan
Pangulong
hindi
Duterte.
umano ay marami mga paglabag.
Correct.
Yung isang itinutulak, anong tawag dito?
Diba sa international?
Isang sinasabi dyan yung EJK.
Yan.
Ayan.
At sa international,
sa International Criminal Court. Diba?
Yan din.
So yung EJK, ang kanilang kini-question dyan.
Ayan.
Meron nga ba? Alright. XL Radyo Maracho, Mike Guyagoy.
You have to shoot them dead. And this is what the human rights idiots are trying to complain. You know, when I say I shoot them dead, I'd prefer to shoot them in the heart or in the head. If you insist on a drug war, I will kill you all. I will kill you.
Hindi inalintana ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang mga batikos sa kanya, partikular mula sa mga human rights groups sa pagtupad niya sa kanyang campaign promise na buong tapang na labanan ng problema sa paglaganap ng illegal drugs sa bansa. Sa unang sigwada ng 2016, inilunsad ng PNP sa ilalim ng pamumuno ng noon ay PNP Chief at ngayon ay Senador Bato de la Rosa ang Oplan Tokhang. Isang programa ng layon ay katukin o pakiusapan ng mga drug personalities na isuko ang kanilang mga sarili, magkusang magpa-rehabilitate. Layon nito na i-deprive ng mga parokyano ang mga taga-supply ng droga sa bansa.
Oplan Tokhang o sa English pa, knock and plead. Yung mga barangay captain, hinihingan ng mga police station commanders, ng mga chief of police, ng listahan ng mga drug personalities sa kanilang barangay. Pag nakonsolidate yan, yung buong listahan na validate na yan, na talagang positive, pupuntahan namin yan. Together with the barangay captain at saka yung chief of police. Pupuntahan yon, bawat isang bahay kinakatok. Pag open ng door, nandyan po ba si Juan de la Cruz? Sabihan na, ikaw, kilala ka na sa buong barangay na nagbibinda ka ng droga dito. Magmamakaawa kami sa iyo, huminto ka na.
Sa ilalim ng Oplan Tokhang, mayroong 1.2 million na mga drug surrenderies. Napakalaki kumpara sa mga sinasabing kaso ng patayan. Batay sa datos ng DILG, simula July 1, 2016 hanggang December 12, 2019, may kabuang 59.14 billion pesos na halaga ng illegal drugs ang nakumpiska sa drug war. Nakapaglunsad ang PNP ng 200,632 na legitimate anti-drug operations na nagresulta sa pagka-aresto ng 289,622 na drug personalities. Aabot din sa 757 na drug dens at drug laboratories ang sinira ng mga otoridad. At batay pa rin sa datos, kung 1.2 million ang mga naisalba, napatay naman matapos manlaban na nasa 6,117 na drug suspects. Mababa ito sa 30,000 pesos na bilang ng sinasabing napatay na ipinangangalandakan ng mga human rights groups. Ibinunyag din ni Pangulong Duterte ang 5 tinawag niyang narco general sa PNP na protektor umano ng sindikato ng droga. Pinakamatingkad din sa war on drugs ni Duterte ang pagkakakulong naman kay Senador Laila de Lima matapos siyang ikanta ng mga drug lords na nakakulong dahil sa pagkakaugnay umano nito sa conspiracy kaugnay ng illegal drug trade sa loob ng New Bilibid Prison sa Muntinlupa City.
Bababa na po ako dito sa Senado at haharapin ko na po yung team ng CIDG na magsaserve sa akin ng warrant of arrest. So sasama na po ako sa kanila voluntarily. Nananalig po ako sa mahal na Diyos na malalampasan ko rin po lahat na ito.
Sa ilalim ng Duterte administration ay hinuli din ang ilang mga local chief executives na kundi man protektor ay drug lord. Nasawi naman ang ilang mga tinawag din ng mga narco politician o narco mayor. Sa kalagitnaan ng termino ng Pangulo dahil sa maigting na batikos mula sa mga human rights community at sa pagtutok ng international media, medyo lumaylay ang giyera sa droga at ito'y bumagal.
The war on drugs, which started in 2016 when Duterte became president, has killed thousands and thousands of Filipinos, mostly poor Filipinos across the Philippines. And this has been the one single human rights catastrophe this country has ever seen. And so, hundreds and thousands of families have been suffering from the impact of the drug war, including children, and this has debilitated and devastated their lives.
Dumulo naman ito sa paghahain ng asunto ng mga human rights groups sa International Criminal Court. Sa halip na makipagkooperasyon, kumalas si Duterte sa ICC sa pagtingin na ito'y panghihimasok sa soberenya ng bansa at sa paniwalang mayroong mga gumagka ng korte para hawakan ang aligasyon ng drug war killings.
ICC never acquired jurisdiction over our country for the reason that he has given us the requirement of publication imposed by law was not observed, even if there was a ratification by Congress or by the Senate. Therefore, if it does continue, it violates its own provision because there has been no preliminary investigation.
Sa kabila ng pagkalas, inirekomenda naman ng isang prosecutor sa ICC na ituloy ang proseso ng investigasyon sa mga patayan sa ilalim ng Duterte administration. Para sa SONA ng Pangulo, ang Huling Yugto. Ako si XL Radyoman 8, Mike Luyagoy, Tatak RMN.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho Special Coverage.
Ayan, partner.
Hindi ko napansin, hindi ko
Ayun. Okay, partner.
Hindi ko naintindihan parte doon sa sinasabing lumaylay yung giyera kontra droga, yung drug on war, yung war on drugs. Kasi sa totoo naman, tuloy-tuloy naman yung war on drugs.
Totoo, administrasyon.
Hindi ko lang alam kung bakit hindi nga kasi ito na nabibigyan ng malaking media mileage. Yes, report lang. Pero pag may napatay at medyo maganda yung kuha ng pagkakabaril, halimbawa yung pag nakunan mo ng picture na maganda at lalabas doon sa dyaryo, akala mo talagang na nagagawa nila ng artistic value yung kanilang mga litrato, nagkakaroon tuloy ng ibang kahulugan.
Ayun.
Alam mo naman dito sa atin sa broadcast, di ba? Sa media industry, it's not what you said. It's how you said it. Kung ano yung sinabi mo, kundi kung paano mo
ito sinabi.
Yan. Sa litrato naman, hindi yung kung ano yung nasa litrato, kundi kung paano mo kinunan yung nasa litrato.
Kasi doon tumitingin
yung isang drug addict binarel, nanlaban so napatay. Pero nung nakuna ng picture, ang pagkakakuha sa kanya ginawang alapeta.
Ay, doon
Iyon.
Doon titingin ngayon.
So, ang tinitingnan ngayon doon is yung
kung paano
psychological value effect nung litrato, kung paano itong yung perception ng mga tao. Di ba?
Kaya nabibigyan ng maling.
Yan. Kaya nagkakaroon ng ano tawag dito? Nagkakaroon ng hindi magandang impresyon yung ating mga kababayan.
Police. Anyway,
alright.
Partner, kasama natin live via Zoom si Bayan Muna Partless Representative Carlos Izagani Zarate. Eto na, partner, tungkol sa human violations po, rights violations mga kasama, at syempre war on drug. Magandang hapon po, Representative Congressman Carlos Zarate. Magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon, Radyoman Ronnie at Radyoman Jenny. At magandang hapon rin sa ating mga tagapakinig at nanonood ngayon sa buong bansa.
Umpisa ko yung tanong, partner, mga kasama.
Ako tanong ko muna, bakit hindi kayo a-attend?
Okay. Bakit nga ba?
Bakit
yes, Radyoman Ronnie, amin nga in-announce kanina na boboykotin namin itong huling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. I think this is the first time ng Koalisyong Makabayan ay boboykotin ang isang State of the Nation address. Dahil pagkatapos ng halos mag-6 na taon, si Pangulong Duterte mismo inamin niya na yung mga tinangako niya in 2016 ay joke lang. Halimbawa yung kanyang pag-jet ski papunta sa Scarborough, at alam naman natin hanggang ngayon yung mga pinangako niya, yung wakasan yung endo, hindi pa rin natuloy yun, yung wakasan ng kahirapan, at marami pang ipinangako. Kahit na yung kanyang usapin ng independent foreign policy, nakita natin ngayon kung anong klaseng foreign policy that we have. So nakita namin na itong kanyang huling SONA ay gagamitin lamang niya ang plataforma para ibenta na naman at ilako yung sarili niya, natatakbo raw siyang Vice President at ilalako yung Duterte dynasty in the next 6 years sa ating mga electorate. So hindi na kami sasama doon na Ronnie and Jenny.
Pero what will be its effect? Halimbawa, kung umatid kayo o hindi, ano magiging epekto nito sa kabuuan?
Well, it's more... Yes, Radyoman Ronnie, it's more of a political statement on our part, dahil nga sa limitasyon din ngayon, limited yung papuntahin doon sa plenaryo. I think it's only 150 at pinagbabawal pa na magsuot ka ng protest statement, yung mga barong namin. At maging doon sa ang aming invitation ay pwede naman kaming dumalo raw sa pamamagitan ng virtual appearance, even that we will no longer join doon sa Zoom, na magsisimula in a little while, Radyoman Ronnie and Jenny.
Okay. All right, partner. Congressman Representative Carlos Izagani Zarate, paano po niyo tinitingnan ang administrasyon pong ito ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang huling SONA na ito ngayon pagdating po sa usapin ng human rights violation, at isama na rin po natin sa inyong nakikita po sa pakikipaglaban sa droga?
Well, malinaw, no? Nakita natin itong nakaraang mahigit 5 taon at mag-aanim na taon na kung sa usapin ng karapatang pantao ay talagang napakatindi, no, ng paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Nung pumasok ang Duterte administration, for example, in 2016, ay meron lamang humigit kumulang na mga 300 political prisoners all over the country. Ngayon po ay nadoble yan, halos 600 ang mga political prisoners all over the country, no, na sinampahan ng mga gawang kaso. Karamihan dito mga magsasaka, mga manggagawa at mga leader ng mga people's organizations, ano. Sa usapin ng pagpaslang, at ito ay may relasyon na rin sa kanyang kampanya laban sa droga. Nakita naman natin kung paanong naging madugo ito, no? Libo-libo ang napaslang. Kahit na ang ating pagbabatayan na Jenny and Ronnie ay ang opisyal na tala ng PNP, umaabot ito sa 6,000 na mga kababayan natin na napaslang. Halos karamihan dito ay mga mahihirap, no? At ang tema ay pareho ng laban. Pero nung sa ilang mga pagdinig na ginawa natin sa Kamara de Representante, kailang hiningan natin sila ng records kung totoong mga nanlaban ito, meron ba silang sinunod ba nila ang proseso ng PNP, ay hindi nila ito masagot, no? In fact, even Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara admitted, no, that the PNP and the other law enforcement agencies na involved sa campaign against drugs, no, hindi nila sinunod ang mga alituntunin, no, sa paglunsad ng mga law enforcement operations, no. Kaya dumanak ang dugo, no, sa mga iskineta ng ating mga pamayanan dito sa mga kasudaran, maging sa kanayunan, no, dito sa kampanya laban sa droga, na nagresulta nga ito sa naging pagsampa ng kaso doon sa International Criminal Court, at nagkaroon na nga ito ngayon, no, ng preliminary examination, and there is already a request for preliminary investigation doon sa pre-trial court ng International Criminal Court, Rajuman, Ronnie and Jenny, no. So kung usapin ng human rights, ang record ng Duterte administration is a bloody human rights record, no, in the entire almost 6 years, no, nasa paglulungsad dito ng mga madugong kampanya o giyera laban sa droga man yan, laban sa mamamayan.
Speaking of human rights violation, that's how you see it on the war on drugs of this Duterte administration. But on the other side, hindi lang naman yung grupo ng administrasyon Duterte ang sinasabing lumalabag sa karapatang pantao. There are other groups, and you have been even you were being challenged to condemn not only the government, because it is tama lang kung talagang mali ang gobyerno, kailangan natin kondenahin ito hindi ba? And I join you with that. All right? Kung talagang kailangan, let's do it. Sama-sama natin kondenahin ito. Mali yan Pero paano naman yung iba na you're being challenged na bakit yung kabilang grupo, ba't itong mga NPA, itong mga terorista, ang daming pinapatay. Isa ako sa mga nakakakita ng mga simula bata pa ako sa lalawigan ng Quezon, ilang beses na bang may mga pinatay ang mga NPA dyan, pero hanggang ngayon walang kumukundina sa pagpatay na ginagawa ng mga NPA.
Pero bago natin part yung ituloy yan, napakaganda na yung mga sinasabi at Congressman Carlos, saglit lang po, papasukin muna natin ang report ni Axel Rajuman 4, Angel Ronquillo, ang ating Pangulo ay papasok na po dyan sa bahagi ng Batasang Pambansa.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Report!
Yes, Angel.
Yes, Rajuman Ronnie at Rajuman Jen, sinundo na nga ng presidential chopper itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa palasyo ng Malacanang, at anumang oras inaasahan ay makakarating na nga diyan sa Batasang Pambansa si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para sa kanyang ika-6 at huling State of the Nation address. Sa ipinalabas na advisory sa media, ganap na 3:30 o anumang minuto, sandali simula ngayon, ay darating na nga si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dyan sa Batasan. 3:55 p.m. siya tutungo dyan sa Session Hall. At ang Secretary General, inaasahan naman sa mga oras na yan ay i-anunsyo ang pagdating ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. habang ang Pangulo ay daraan sa center aisle patungo dyan sa may rostrum ng Batasang Pambansa. Sa dadaan siya sa may south stairs ng Batasang Pambansa. At siya nga ay sasamahan ni na Senate President Vicente Soto III at House Speaker Velasco hanggang makarating dyan nga sa upper rostrum ng Batasang Pambansa. Kapag nangyari yan, pag dumating na si Pangulong Duterte, ay magkakaroon na ng kumbaga yung call to order. Itong si Senate President Vicente Soto III at itong si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. Ang susunod naman dyan, Radyoman Jenny at Radyoman Ronnie, na mangyari ay aawitin na yung ating pambansang awit o yung Philippine National Anthem ng Asia's Phoenix na si Ms. Maricet Amon at siya ay sasamahan ng Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. Susundan naman ng panalangin ng bayan at ang introduction sa Pangulo ay pangungunahan nitong si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. At kapag katapos nga niyan ay isasabihin na ang inaabangan na talumpati o yung SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ayon kay PCO Secretary Martin Andanar, asahan nga nasa 1 oras, Radyoman Jenny at Radyoman Ronnie, yung tagiging talumpati ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang huling SONA. At inaasahan nga na ito ay magiging magiging sentimental yung huling bahagi ng talumpati ng Pangulo sa kanyang ika-6 na SONA mamaya ngang 4:00 ng hapon. Ito ay ayon na rin kay Presidential Spokesperson Secretary Harry Roque ay dahil farewell speech na o tila pamamaalam na ito ng Pangulo, lalo't ito ang huling beses na magbibigay siya ng kanyang ulat sa bayan. Ayon pa kay Secretary Roque, papasalamatan mamaya ni Pangulong Duterte ang taong bayan dahil sa suporta na ibinigay sa kanya ng administrasyon. Lalong-lalo na lumalabas sa mga survey na nanatiling mataas ang kanyang trust rating. Lalo't nakasanayan na ang makasaysayan yung pagkapanalo ng Pangulo noong 2016 presidential election kung saan ay nakapagtala siya ng pinakamalaking winning margin. Kasabay niya na mga kasama, asahan rin na muling hihilingin ng Pangulo yung kooperasyon ng publiko lalo't patuloy na humaharap ang ating bansa sa COVID-19 pandemic. Una na nga sinabi ng kalihim na makaraan ang 4 na revision na orihinal na talumpati ng Pangulo mula sa 1 oras at 20 minuto. Asahan na bababa ito sa 59 na minuto o wala pang 1 oras, pero katulad nga ng sinabi ni Secretary Martin, depende pa rin kung mag-a-adlip ang Pangulo ay hahaba yung kanyang talumpati. Bukod rin aniya sa mga nakamit ng pamahalaan sa nakalipas na 5 taon sa usapin ng infrastruktura, pangkalusugan, edukasyon at iba pang sektor, asahan na rin na matatalakay ng Pangulo ang COVID-19 response ng pamahalaan. So ngayon, pinapakita sa screen, live sa Batasang Pambansa mga kasama, ang paghihintay na lang ng mga guest daan sa Batasan para nga dito sa huling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Base sa mga sa huling abiso, wala pa sa nasa humigit kumulang na nasa 400 yung mga guest na dadalo daan mismo sa Batasan at sila'y mahigpit na sumailalim sa screening. Bago sila makapasok dyan ay kinakailangan na makapagpresenta sila ng negatibong RT-PCR test result. At bago nga sila makapasok ngayon o bago sila pinapasok kanina dyan sa Batasan, nagsumite ulit sila ng kanilang negative na antigen test result dyan sa PSG. Yung mga personal na dadalo dyan sa Batasan ay sina Presidential Spokesperson Secretary Harry Roque, PCO Secretary Martin Andanar, gayon din itong si DPW Secretary Mark Villar, Tourism Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puya, Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Salvador Panelo, Agriculture Secretary William Dar, habang sa Malacanang kasi naglagay sila ng set-up dyan sa Malacanang grounds, Malacanang Palace, kung saan doon manonood o makikinig ng SONA yung iba pang gabinete na kinabibilangan nga ni DZXL Secretary Rolando Bautista, Budget Secretary Wendell Avisado, Environment
Government Secretary Roy Simatu at iba pang gabinete at mga diplomats na hindi nga personal na makakadalo daan sa batasang pambansa. So Radyoman Ronnie at Radyoman Jenny, ilang minuto na lang mga kasama ay mapapakinggan na po natin ang pinakahuling SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So yan muna sa ngayon, magbabalik tayo mamaya kapag formal nang dumating si Pangulong Duterte daan sa batasan. Para sa SONA ng pagbabago, ang huling yugto, ako si Radyoman Angel Ranquillo, Tatak Arimes.
Alright, it's 3:41 in the afternoon. Kung alas 4 ang speech ni Presidente, ay di mangyayari niyan. Meron na naman tayong 19 na minuto.
Oo, na minuto, partner.
Well, the President is already on his way papunta doon
Batasan.
sa batasang
Mabilis lang yan.
pambansa. Teka muna.
Nandyan
Balikan
ka.
natin si Representative Carlos
Sige, partner.
Isagani Zarate.
Go ahead.
Tama naman yung sinasabi niya kanina, no ha? Ito lang yung itong SONA na ito, gagamitin ng President ito para ilahad yung kanyang mga saloobin. Well, their term is magpapogi, magpaganda, etc. But somehow, dahil medyo minamadali na rin tayo, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon si Congressman Carlos Zarate para sa kanilang huling paninindigan, yung kanilang political statement in this SONA na huling yugto or this sixth State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Congressman Zarate.
Kong? Go ahead po.
Yes, maraming salamat Radyoman Ronnie and Radyoman Jenny, no? Siguro maikli lang, tugon lang doon sa tanong kanina ni Ronnie. Yes, tama naman, no? Lahat na paglabag sa karapatang pantao ay talaga nating kinukundina, no? And nakatuon lang talaga sa pamahalaan mainly dahil ang pamahalaan, no, ang duty bearer, no, na proteksyonan ang karapatan ng ating mamamayan na nakalagay diyan sa ating saligang batas. But kaya nga tinutulak natin dahil realidad sa bansa na merong hidwaan ng dalawang grupo na bumalik sila sa usapang pangkapayapaan, no, at bigyan ng solusyon ng ugat ng hidwaan sa ating bayan. Sa huling SONA ng Pangulong Duterte, pagkatapos nito, alam mo naman Radyoman Ronnie at Jenny, i-presenta niya ang budget niya for next year, no? Mag-5 trilyon yan, kaya aasahan po ninyo ang Bayan Muna at ang Makabayan Block na bubusisihin natin itong budget na ito dahil napakalaki na po ng inutang natin, napakalimitado ng ating resources na dapat mapunta ito sa pangangailangan ng ating mamamayan, lalong-lalo na for COVID-19 intervention dahil ito pa rin ang pangunahing problema natin, itong krisis na pinalala ng pandemya ng COVID.
Okay, maraming salamat
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Zarate, at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Ronnie and Jenny. Mabuhay din po kayo.
Alright.
Ayan, partner. Samantala, meron muna tayong balita sa hapong ito. Partner, naniniwala po si dating Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano na dapat mailatag ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang huling State of the Nation address o SONA ang malinaw na plano at direksyon na tatahakin ng administrasyon sa mga nalalabing buwan ng kanyang pamumuno. Umaasa rin ng dating leader ng Kamara na hindi masasayang ang mahalagang oportunidad sa SONA para pagkaisahin ang iba't ibang grupo tungo sa pagbabangon ng ekonomiya.
Ayon kay Cayetano, napaka-importante niya na maging klaro ang direksyon ng ating bansa at pagkaroon ng konsenso sa mga lider ng bansa at iba't ibang sektor tungo sa pagpapasigla muli ng ekonomiya. Sinabi ni Cayetano, kung alam ng mga investors at ng mga negosyante kung anong priorities ng pamahalaan, mas magiging mabilis ang ating economical recovery.
At dahil po dyan sa kinakaharap ng pandemya ng bansa, para kay Cayetano, hindi ngayon ang panahon para ibida ang mga nagawa at natapos na proyekto ng administrasyon. Mas kailangan anyang marinig ang mga ordinaryong tao ngayon kung paano matutugunan ang mas mabilis na problema, ang problema ng gutom, kawalan ng trabaho, at mataas na presyo ng bilihin. Samantala, partner, nasa batasan na po si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Kasamang Konde?
Yes, Radyoman Jen, lumapag na nga itong chopper ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte kung saan makikita natin nakasama itong si AFP Chief of Staff General Sobejana at papasok na ito ngayon sa may rare entrance itong si Pangulo. Ayan, sinalubong siya ni Senate President Tito Soto III, si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco at iba pang mga miyembro, yung mga deputy speakers na miyembro po ng Joint Committee na binuo kanina. Sinasalubong siya ngayon ng mga Presidential Security Group at sila'y didiretso sa may legislators sa office kung saan dun muna habang hinihintay itong alas 4 ng hapon para sa pagsisimula ng ika-6 at huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte. At ito na, kasamang Radyoman Jen at Radyoman Ronnie, sinasamahan ngayon sa loob ng legislators sa office. Itong si Pangulong Duterte at nakaupo na ngayon doon. Doon muna siya mananatili habang hinihintay itong 4 p.m. Kasi 4 p.m. ang oras ng SONA at inaasahan natin na 45 minutes to 1 hour yung magiging talumpati o yung ulat sa bayan ng Pangulo.
Ang Kongreso o ang plenary ay ilang porsyento ba ang laman? 30 o 50%?
Parang nasa 30% lamang din,
30% lang
Radyoman
pinayagan,
Ronnie, dahil usually 1,500 kung di ako nagkakamali yung
kaya-
capacity ng House of Representatives, yung plenaryo natin. Pero nasa 300 plus lamang yung inalaw na makapasok for this year dahil pa rin yan po sa pag-iingat sa COVID-19 pandemic, particular sa Delta variant. So 300 plus.
So
350.
wala talaga kahit isang miyembro ng oposisyon ang dumalo.
Ang meron lamang si Minority Leader Joseph Caraps Paduano. Pero the rest, wala tayong napansin na may mga members from the opposition. Even yung Makabayan Bloc, hindi sila dadalo, hindi rin sila manunood ng SONA. Ibo-boycott nga nila yung SONA. But then, lahat naman ng mga supporters ng Pangulo, even the cabinet members, ay naririto. Kanina may pinadala tayong mga larawan mula kay PACC Chair Greco Belgica, kung saan naroroon halos kumpleto yung mga cabinet members na dumalo ngayong SONA. Sa panig naman ng Kongreso, 117 yung mga kongresista na dumalo at nasa 7 o 8 lamang itong mga senador na dumalo. And then the rest naman, Radyoman Jen at Radyoman Ronnie, ay sa video conferencing sila manunood at makikilahok sa SONA. At ito kasalukuyan ngayong tinutugtog ng mga awitin, mga paboritong awitin ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa pangunguna ng Philharmonic Orchestra. So lahat ng mga favorite songs ng Pangulo ay kanilang tutugtugin habang hinihintay itong huling State of the Nation address ng Presidente. Ang kakanta pala, awit ng Lupang Hinirang, mamaya ay si Morissette Amon. So, ayan, ongoing ngayon yung pagtugtog. Of course, inaasahan natin, Radyoman Jen, Radyoman Ronnie, yung na ilalahad isa-isa ng Pangulo yung kanyang mga nagawa for the past 5 years. For sure, i-highlight ilan yan sa mga maririnig natin sa kanyang SONA. And then yung mga plano niya, particularly yung mga legislative priority measures na gusto niyang i-include na mapagtibay ng 18th Congress bago matapos yung kanyang termino. At habang naghihintay sila, ito pala yung mga awitin, no? Na
Yan, ano ba yung mga inaawit ng... Yun, memorize ni partner Ronnie, kasamang konde.
Ng may kapal.
Oo. Ilan dyan, Radyoman Ronnie, yung Ang Pagbabago, What a Wonderful World, Dust in the Wind, at saka MacArthur Park at iba pa. So, may ilang minuto pa tayo.
Pagbabago lang ang Tagalog doon
May ilang minuto
pero
pa.
kasamang konde sa labas ngayon ng Philharmonic Orchestra.
Doon sa may yan.
Nasa labas lamang sila.
Anong wing
may parang ginawa na platform
para
at inayos
kanila.
naman para doon sila tutugtog. And then naririnig din yan. Mayroon din palang monitor na live stream sa labas ng Batasan Complex. Meron din sa North at South Wing Lobby. So yung mga PSG natin na nakabantay doon sa labas, yung mga pulis natin, mapapanood nila.
Okay.
So, ayan. At lahat ay nakasettled na sa Batasan, sa plenary. Nakikita natin lahat nakaupo na at naghihintay na lamang. At ito pa pala, bawal nang lumabas. So talagang kailangan nandyan na sila kasi yung mga nakaraan na SONA ay inaalaw pa silang lumabas kung pupunta ng comfort room. Pero ngayon, dyan na lamang sila hanggang sa matapos ang SONA. Wala naman tayong inaasahan na press conference sa side ng Pangulo, pero inaabangan natin yung mga reaksyon ng mga kongresista at mga senador pagkatapos nitong SONA. So kaabang-abang dahil ito na po yung last na ulat sa bayan ng ating Pangulo at syempre maraming nakaabang, maraming accomplishments na babanggitin, mga plano pa para sa nalalabing isang taon ng Pangulo at kung ano pa yung mga pwede niyang i-announce sa kanyang SONA.
Okay. Thank you.
Ayan muna ang update para sa SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, Radyoman Conde Batak, Tatak, RMN.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Report!
Meron naman tayong 9 na minuto bago ho sumapit ng alas 4 kung saan ay yun nga po yung takdang oras ng pag-convene ng dalawang kapulungan, magkakaroon ng joint session sa pagitan ng Senado at saka ng Kongreso. At later on, pagkatapos mag-roll call, ito naman ay kanilang isususpinde para doon sa kanilang sa speech nga sa ulat sa bayan ng ating Pangulo. Pero alam mo, tama naman may mga flaws pa rin kahit paano at yun ang inaabangan ng marami against doon sa sinasabi na report ni Presidente. Siyempre, i-compare nila ngayon yon kung ano yung report ni Presidente at saka yung wala. Kasi ngayon yung tinitingnan na kita mo sa mga report, ano yung kasama sa kampanya, ano yung pangako sa kampanya, ano yung mga nagawa, ano yung mga natapos at yung mga ginagawa pa.
Ayun.
At yung hindi nagawa.
So, abangan
yan
natin
ang aabangan po natin.
At dahil dyan, partner, kasama natin pa rin mula po sa bahagi ng Malacanang, si XL Radyoman 4, Angel Ronquillo. Radyoman Angel?
Yes, Radyoman Jenny at Radyoman Ronnie, eksakto 3:40 p.m. nang dumating nga itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dyan sa Batasang Pambansa. At sinalubong nga siya ng welcoming committee na pinamumunuan ni House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco at gayon din sa Senate President Tito Soto III. Sa mga oras na ito, mga kasama ay nanatili si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, kasama na si Speaker Soto at House Speaker Lord Alan at si Senate President Tito Soto sa holding area at ilang pang miyembro ng gabinete. Pero asahan sa mga ilang minuto na lamang mga kasama ay opisyal na na mag-uumpisa itong ang ika-6 at huling State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Sa impormasyon na ating natanggap, ang nandoon lang mula sa First Family ay si dating Deputy House Speaker Paulo Pulong Duterte at ang itong may bahay na si Hanilet. Pero hindi makakadalo sa SONA itong si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte Carpio at siya'y manonood lamang via virtual. At hindi rin nakadalo o makakadalo sa SONA ng Pangulo etong si Sebastian Duterte dahil kung matatandaan, siya nga ay tinamaan ng COVID-19. Kaya minabuti na lamang nito na mag-monitor na lamang din ng SONA ng kanyang tatay sa kanyang bahay upang nang sa ganon ay tuluyan siyang makapagpagaling mula nga sa COVID-19. Ilan nga sa mga bisita na nakita na natin sa Batasang Pambansa ay sina DOTR Secretary Arthur Tugade, Baypal Nuncio Archbishop Charles Brown, gayon din ng aktor na si Robin Padilla, si Philip Salvador, si DOT Secretary Bernadette Puyat, DILG Secretary Eduardo Anyo, gayon din si Health Secretary Francisco Duque III, si PNP Chief General Guillermo Elizar, ang mga senador na sina Senador Francis Tolentino, Mig Zubiri, Bong Revilla, Bato de la Rosa at Amy Marcos. Nandoon of course itong si Senate President Vicente Soto at si Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Salvador Panelo. Inaasahan nga mga kasama na magiging focus ng huling SONA ng Pangulo itong paglaban ng ating bansa sa COVID-19 at yung mga inaasahan pang gagawin ni Pangulong Duterte sa nalalabi niyang termino bilang Pangulo ng bansa. Pinapakita ngayon Radyoman Jenny at Radyoman Ronnie, dahil tayo ay hindi pa rin pinapayagan na makapag-cover ng live dyan sa Batasang Pambansa. So lahat ng mga media entities, ang mga kasama ay naka-hook up po sa government stations like PTB4 at RTVM. So lahat ng iba pang mga kagawad na media, maliban po sa PTB4, ay naka-work from home at doon lamang nanonood o naka-hook up mula sa live streaming, sa live feed na kanilang pinapalabas. So ngayon nakikita natin sa screen mga kasama, kasama yung mga mambabatas, yung iba pa mga guests na halos nasa 400 na mga bisita lamang na pinapasok dyan sa Batasang Pambansa ang naghihintay dito nga sa magiging talumpati ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Kapansin-pansin mga kasama na lahat sila ay naka 1 seat apart, may social distancing, nakasuot ng tama ng face mask, nakasuot din ng face shield yung mga bisita at makikita talaga na maayos, may sistema na ipapatupad o pinapatupad dyan sa batasan. Mga kasama, nakikita natin ngayon ay si Senator Tito Soto at itong si House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. So anytime soon mga kasama ay mag-uumpisa na nga mag-uumpisa na itong SONA at anytime papasok na sa session hall itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para nga sa formal na pagsisimula ng kanyang huling State of the Nation address. So, nakikisama ngayon, Radyoman Jenny, Radyoman Rod, yung panahon dahil nga naging maaliwalas ang panahon ngayon, hindi na katulad nitong mga nakalipas na araw na nagkakaroon ng malalakas na pag-ulan. Ngayong araw, magkaroon man ng pag-ulan, pero may pag-ambo na lamang na nararanasan dyan sa labas ng batasan. Pero overall, ay maayos ang panahon dyan nga sa may paligid ng dito sa may paligid ng Batasang Pambansa. At naging papayapa din yung pagsagawa ng mga kilos protesta dyan sa labas, sa bisinidad ng Batasan Complex. Hindi naman nagkaroon ng gulo at naging maayos yung coordination ng mga militanteng grupo as well as sa ating mga otoridad sa Philippine National Police kasi sila mismo yung naglatag ng kondisyon para nga sila ay payagan na makapagdaos ng kanilang kilos protesta. Ibig sabihin magpahayag ng kanilang saloobin. Ito nga yung dapat walang kasamang bata, dapat nakasuot ang face mask, ang face shield, at kung may sasama mga nakatatanda, dapat fully vaccinated na ang mga ito. So, yun yung mga ilan sa kondisyon na ito naman na natupad ng ating mga militanteng grupo. So mga kasama, inaantabayanan pa rin natin yung pagpasok ni Pangulong Duterte dyan sa session hall. Makikita natin yung mga mambabatas, magaganda yung kanilang kasuotan, nakagown, yung ilan sa mga kababaihan natin mga mambabatas at yung mga lalaki naman na mga senador at mga congressmen ay nakabarong. Though hindi na pagarbuhan dahil nga iyon yung isa sa mga tinanggal sa Duterte administration kasi kung matatandaan natin dati parang fashion show yung kapag may SONA, pero since naluklok nga sa pwesto ang Pangulo, ay tinanggal na yung ganyang pagrampa. Makikita natin din sa Batasan, Radyoman Ronnie, Radyoman Jenny, yung mga tauhan ng Presidential Security Group na talaga nagmamanman dito sa ating mga bisita upang matiyak na nasusunod nila ng tama itong health and safety protocols. Talagang mahigpit yung ipinapatupad na protocol dyan sa Batasang Pambansa nang sa ganon ay hindi mangyari walang mangyaring paggalaganap ng COVID-19. Though yung mga bisita naman dyan talagang nagpasa sila na negatibong resulta ng kanilang RT-PCR test at bago nga sila pumunta dyan sasalang pa ulit sila sa antigen test. So talagang negatibo sa COVID-19 yung mga bisita at hindi rin ganun kadami dahil nga limitado lamang sa 400, so humigit kumulang 400 yung mga bisita sa loob mismo ng Batasang Pambansa.
Okay. Alright, sige. At maraming salamat.
Hintayin na lang natin dahil anumang segundo, minuto ngayon ay mag-uumpisa na itong ika-6 na State of the Nation ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Para sa SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, ako si Radyoman Angel Ranquillo, Tatak Arimet.
At dahil dyan, partner?
Sige. At tabayanan po ninyo mga karadyo, yung po magiging ulat ng ulat sa bayan ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. And likewise, at tabayanan din po ninyo tambalan George Bandola at Willie Delgado Jr. Susunod na. Magandang hapon.
Maraming salamat. Ako po ang inyong Radyoman Jenny Pahilangan.
At Radyoman Rod Ramos. See you tomorrow.
Oras, ganap na ang ika-4 ng hapon.
That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality.
ACS.
That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. That time check was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality. That news was brought to you by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified world-class quality.
Ang unique toothpaste may maximum fluoride protection laban sa cavities.
Maximum fluoride protection. Unique toothpaste. Protektado ang ngiti. Unique toothpaste. Laban sa tooth cavities. Unique toothpaste. Alaga teeth ng family. Unique toothpaste. Unique toothpaste. Maximum fluoride protection.
Unique toothpaste, maximum fluoride protection with regular use. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation, ISO certified, world-class quality.
Panatilihin ang isang metrong layo sa tao o ang tinatawag na social distancing para maiwasang mahawa sa COVID-19. Isang paalala mula sa ACS Manufacturing, maker of smart dishwashing liquid.
Ano ang kwentong MX3 ni Doc Ninia Rodil, isang dentist?
For me, MX3 helps me to be the best version of myself, from being a mother to being a dentist and a disciple of Christ.
Doc Ninia Rodil naniniwala sa MX3 na sabay ang proper diet, exercise at MX3. Mahalagang paalala, ang MX3 capsule ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamiting panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
Para sa damit na ka-bloom sa bango, subukan ang Charm Fabric Conditioner.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, damit ay may bango ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner with Stay Fresh Technology. Damit ay ka-bloom sa bango.
Charm Fat-Con, bangong kumaka-bloom. Charm Fat-Con, damit ay may bango ng salibong bulaklak.
Charm Fabric Conditioner. Manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified. World-class quality.
Mga karamdaman ba ang problema mo? Subukan ang bago Santon Plus Gold. Santon Plus Gold. Mas pinanakas, mas pinahusa, mas pinagaling. Makatutulong sa paglunas sa mga pamamaga, bukol at iba pang karamdaman sa iyong katawan. Santon Plus Gold. Mabibili sa mga butika.
Bisaya, 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 Bisaya.
Bisaya, yun!
Kada Sabado, alas 3:30 hangtod alas 4 sa hapon. Diri lang sa DZXL 558 RMN Manila.
Ako ang inyong igsuon ng Igalang Bisaya. Communication Secretary Martin Antanaan.
Bisaya, yun!
Santon Vitamin C, ang alkaline no vitamin C.
Ako si Yvonne, isang estudyante. Laki ang pasasalamat ko sa Santon Vitamin C. Pagbuklat ko pa lang ng module ko dati, inaantok na ako. Sa ngayon, araw-araw na akong ganado at always alert.
Santon Vitamin C, ang alkaline no vitamin C. Mabibili sa pinakamalapit na butika sa inyong lugar.
Para sa mga lumalabas ng bahay para magtrabaho.
Laban lang, laban lang.
Araw-araw na tinataya ang buhay para sa pamilya.
Laban lang, laban lang.
Para sa inyo ang panlaban na lumalaban sa germs. Pride Antibac. May germ knockout action. Kills up to 99.9% of germs tested. Nagtatanggal ng dumit mancha.
Para sa pamilya, para sa kalusugan.
Laban lang.
Pride, ang labadang malinis, palaban sa germs. Pride, manufactured by ACS Manufacturing Corporation. ISO certified. World-class quality.
Lumipas at magbago ang panahon. Iisa at nakatatak ang kauna-unahang himpilan sa paghahatid ng serbisyo publiko at balita. Ito ang Radio Mindanao Networks. Higit 6 na dekada sa paglilingkod sa masang Pilipino. Sa Metro Manila, ito ang DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho, ang inyong gabay sa hanap buhay. SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho Special Coverage.
5 minuto na makalipas po ang alas 4 po ng hapon mga karadyo sa pagpapatuloy ng special coverage ng DZXL Radio Trabaho. SONA ng pagbabago ang huling yugto. Kami pa rin po yung mga radyoman Woody Delgado Jr.
Radyoman George Bandola.
Habang inaantabayan po natin ang mga kaganapan dyan sa mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso.
Ayan.
Naroon na sa loob, pumasok na sa session hall ang Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Punta muna natin, partner, si Extra Radyoman 4, Angel Ronquillo. Angel.
Radyoman George, nakikita natin sa screen na naglalakad na si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte patungo daan sa plenary hall para nga sa formal na pagsisimula ng kanyang huli at ika-6 na State of the Nation address. Kasi kaninang 3:40 eksakto dumating ang Pangulo daan sa Batasang Pambansa at ngayon ay tinitingnan na lamang ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte kasama si Senador Bongo at ilang mga gabinete, mambabatas at kongresista yung mga painting, mga naka-display o mga mural o mga painting daan sa may Batasang Pambansa at sila ay magtutungo na daan mismo sa plenary hall para nga simulan itong SONA. Kanina, bago umalis sa holding area, ay nagkaroon muna ng photo opportunity na kung saan ay nag-picture taking pa sila. Malungkot nga lang dahil hindi nakapunta ang nambuo ang first family dito sa SONA ng Pangulo dahil nga itong si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte ay nasa Davao. Si Baste Duterte naman ay tinamaan ng COVID-19 kaya ang nandoon lang at si dating Deputy House Speaker Pulong Duterte at ang kanyang
Angel.
Yes.
Ano yung tinitig ng gallery ng Pangulong Duterte? Ano yung tinignan niyang gallery?
Hindi masyadong na-zoom, Radyoman George, Radyoman Willie, yung gallery, mga litrato na tinitignan ng Pangulo. Pero ngayon, ito, mga litrato rin yung kanyang tinitignan ngayon, kanyang pinagmamasdan kasama nga itong si Senador Bongo. Yun yung...
yung tinitignan nila ngayon, hilera yan ng mga naging House Speaker.
Naging House Speaker naman yan.
Oo.
Pababa na sila ng hagdan yan.
Sa loob ng
Kamara. Sa main lobby. Sa West Wing.
Ang nakikita po ninyong feed mga karadyo ay mula sa RTVM. Sila lamang yung binigyan ng access, di ba, Angel? At ng PTV4, tama ba?
Government, media ang pinayagan na mag-cover ng live. So lahat tayo, mga iba pang media, ay naka-hook up lamang. So ito na mga kasama, papasok na po sa loob ng plenaryo. Itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para nga umpisahan yung kanyang huling State of the Nation address speech. So inaantabayan na natin yan. Actually, nung una parang sinasabi na medyo iklian yung paglalakad ng Pangulo para mas less yung bansa ng COVID-19. Pero ito pa rin the usual, kung ano yung ginagawa niya before, ng mga nakarang SONA niya, ganun pa rin, inikot pa rin niya bago siya makapunta dyan sa loob ng plenaryo. Medyo natitipalok-tipalok pa ang Pangulo.
Teka, parang napun ako, this time, iba yung pinasukan niya dito sa main entrance.
Main. Hindi din sa likod.
Di ba normally, doon sa side ng yung
sa
dito sa North Wing, North Wing yung side noon, diretso doon sa
kaya nga
sa plenary.
inikot niya.
Ay baka dahil last ng SONA niya.
Last SONA na kasi ng Pangulo. So ayan, paakyat na po ng rostrum si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Siya ay ginagabayan ng kanyang PSG. Nakipag-fist bump kay Senate President Soto III, kay House Speaker Lord Alan Velasco. At siya ay ginagabayan ng kanyang Presidential Security Group. So nakaakyat na po si Pangulong Duterte at pupunta na doon sa gitna kasi doon yung kanyang pwesto. So mga kasama, anytime pakinggan na natin yung kanyang magiging huling State of the Nation address. Nakikita naman natin mga kasama, nakasuot po ng face mask si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
At masigla ang paglalakad ng Pangulo ngayon. Diba?
Maganda yung aura ng Pangulo,
Oo.
Mukhang
napuna ko si Tito Sen, hindi ba na nagtina? Puti yung buhok
Puti pa rin.
Di ba?
Ayan na. Mauna dyan ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas, of course.
Nakakantahin ng ating Aces Phoenix na si Morissette Amon.
Yan.
Okay?
Pakinggan muna natin.
Tabayan na natin.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is hereby called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, be led by Ms. Morissette Amon and accompanied by the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra.
giliw, penas ng sinanganan, alap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may dilag ang tuna at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan kamay di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may pang-api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the nation's prayer.
Ama naming makapangyarihan sa lahat, narito po kami upang magpasalamat sa lahat ng biyayang binibigay mo po sa amin, sa aming mayaman na kalikasan, mga kakayahan at tibay ng loob. Maraming salamat po. Basbasan mo po at gabayan ang aming mahal na inang bayan at ang aming mga leader na pangalagaan ang aming kinabukasan bilang susunod na henerasyon ng aming mahal na Pilipinas. Gabayan mo po kami sa harap ng pandemya at protektahan mo po kami. Ipakita mo po sa amin ang tamang daan upang malagpasan namin ito at lahat ng mga darating pang sakuna, kalamidad o anumang hamon. Lahat ng ito ay tinatanggap namin bilang pagsubok lamang upang lalo kaming sumampalataya sa iyo. Naway matamo namin ang ganap na pagkakaisa bilang isang bayan. Turuan mo po kaming maging mapagkumbaba at laging unahin ang aming kapwa bago ang aming mga sarili, lalo na ang mga kapuspalad, mga dumaraing at ang mga nais na marinig, pati na rin ang mga kababayan namin naghahatid ng mahalagang serbisyo sa kapwa, maging dito sa Pilipinas o sa ibang bansa. Patatagin mo po sana kami bilang tao at bilang isang bayan na laging nananalig at naniniwalang hindi mo po kami pababayaan kailanman. Salamat Panginoon sa lahat ng iyong blessing sa amin. Ito po ang aming dasal. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Congress, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down, please. By far, this is the most beautiful SONA crowd that ever happened here. So many beautiful faces, and you only have to guess when you see the full face of the person. Senate President Vicente Soto III and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Lord Alan J. Velasco, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Joseph Ejercito Estrada, the Chief Justice Alexander Gismondo, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdia, and the members of the Cabinet, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Archbishop Charles John Brown, and the distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps. My fellow government workers, and of course, to my lovely wife, Hanilet, mga mahal kong kababayan, when I assumed the presidency 5 years ago, dominant in my mind were the dreams and visions of a better life for all Filipinos. I saw them as reachable through the institution of reforms and radical changes in both in the structure of government and the mode of governance. Changes designed responsibility, accountability, and all in consonance with the truth that the public office is a public trust. When I ran for the presidency, I just made fundamental processes, and strangely, you can count them by the fingers of your hand. I made those changes which I thought that was really, there was time and doable. To offer free education, it's there already. The universal health care, nandiyan na po. The fight against illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, and the development structure, including free irrigation and other big-ticket projects, which I thought I did not have the funds to do it. But perchance, among others, they were done in my term. Today, as I approach my term, my end of my term, I have less visions, but more remembrances. But mine is not to review or to second guess what might have been, but to bear and respond with the urgency of the unforeseen events as they unfolded. Even before I took the oath of office, and everyone else, I suppose, knew the gravity of the enormity of the problems that the country was facing. And precisely because of that awareness, I was driven to hasten implementation of changes which I believe the country needed, keeping in mind that the Constitution afforded me only 6 years to make those changes happen. Making a difference within the constitutional time frame is what I was up against. But no one gets by legally without warming to the needle's eye of the constitutional imperatives. That is why I cajoled, I shielded, I pushed, and I tangled with men of wealth and influence who were oblivious to the angst and pleas of the weak and impoverished. And for that, I was pilloried to no end. But I did not succumb to the attacks. And neither did I allow criticisms, however intense, dampen my determination and initiatives, because my purpose was pure and unpolluted. While we were busy instituting reforms, the twin ogres of illegal drugs and corruption laid low for a while, only to resurface as still with us. And make no mistake about it, corruption is but another term of stealing people's money, dashing in its wake a nation's goals and aspirations. Due to the brilliant programs and excellent work of our economic managers and the extraordinary cooperation between the executive and legislative branches of government, our economy, with investor confidence, was poised to leapfrog from the company into the company of the world's fastest growing economies until COVID-19 pandemic stalled everything. Be that as it may, allow me this opportunity to extend my personal and the nation's gratitude to all those who selflessly gave their all in the fight against COVID-19, our health workers and other frontliners who risk their own safety. To keep our essential health services and our food supply chain running, boosting the economy activity and ensure peace and order in our communities. I would like also to extend my deepest appreciation for the generosity of the private sector who came to the government's aid in fighting COVID-19. I am profoundly thankful for your sustained assistance to fellow Filipino. And amidst the same deleterious effect of the pandemic to our respective industries, let me assure you that the government is committed to assess the private sector to regain the commercial vibrance of the country prior to the pandemic. To our local executives, this pandemic pushed you to step up and deliver responsive assistance. I'm glad to have seen you undertake new and heightened responsibility working doubly hard to protect your constituents. To the international development partners who extended a helping hand amidst the global health emergency, the Philippines remembers your kindness and goodwill with sincere gratitude. And to all of you who answered the call to protect one another by adhering to our nation's protocols, daghang salamat. But then, let me ask, perhaps you and to myself, what exactly is the state of the nation today? In the light of the pandemic which has paralyzed business activities and crippled even the strongest world's economies. So, where do we go from here? Looking back to our accomplishments. In my first SONA, I laid down with utmost commitment and resolve the overall direction of my presidency. A comfortable life for all Filipinos anchored on a people-centered approach to development and governance. If I remember correctly, my administration, I said, will implement a human approach to development governance in our people's welfare in the areas of health, free education, adequate food and housing, environmental preservation, and respect for the culture. I bore no illusions that steering a nation towards a comfortable life for every Filipino would be easy. Indeed, the past 5 years have truly been challenging and humbling. I stand here before you today bearing no conceit, but if there is one thing that I could be proud of, is that not once did I waver in doing the unpopular, even if it meant upholding the greatest good for the greatest number. Before I took office, our country was beset with communist insurgency scattered across the nation. A separatist movement that sought to divide us on the basis of religion and religion's deficiencies, and the proliferation of illegal drugs and criminality. Our armed forces were ill-equipped to deal with internal and external threats, while the police force had been overwhelmed by criminality and the drug trade problem. This is why I made it a priority to strengthen the institution, boost the morale of the men and women of the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police and other armed services. Again, I thank Congress for working with the Executive Department in enhancing capabilities of the AFP and PNP through our modernization program. In 2018, we raised the salaries of our military and uniformed policemen and personnel to a level commensurate to the critical role they play in upholding national security and maintaining order. I am asking Congress to pass a unified system of separation, retirement, and pension of military and uniformed personnel to maintain government fiscal flexibility and provide adequate benefits and remuneration to our men and women in uniform. They shall apply only to the new entrants of the military and civil. Hindi ho lahat. Cannot be that we have to pay so many, even the salaries of the retired. They get a chunk of the big budget. And if we include the new entrants, the funds available for them would not be enough. It is also high time for us to pass a law providing free legal assistance to AFP and PNP officers, enlisted personnel, to help them from charges arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty. The continuous upgrading of our defense capability shall ensure that we shall uphold our territorial integrity and sovereignty from external and security threats. Among the new additions, we welcome the country's 2 missile-capable warships to enable us to protect our seas by providing them with necessary equipment, by enhancing their professional capabilities, and looking after the families of the soldiers who would not be longer be in their company. We do not only strengthen our military and police institutions, we also inspire them to serve this nation with the highest degree of loyalty and patriotism. We enable them to carry out their mandate to defeat all enemies of the state, whatever the cost. Indeed, I am proud of the accomplishments of our troops in securing our nation against all threats to our democratic institution. But peace must be realized. Peace and security is not only just a military concern. That is why we deviated from the traditional purely military approach in dealing with matters of national security. With the creation of the National Task Force to End Communist Armed Conflict, or NTF-LCAC, we have made great strides in addressing the root causes of this conflict by empowering our kababayans who have been used by the communists for so many decades. In our continuing effort to build state of safe and conflict-resilient barangays, we have worked towards the sustainable rehabilitation and development of communities where the communists used to operate. Through the NTF-LCAC, we invested in farm-to-market roads, school buildings, water and sanitation, health stations, and livelihood. Alam mo, kasali na tayo dito lahat. Always, every law or every regulation must pass Congress, of course, to the President. But sometimes, in our in the performance of our duties, we encounter the not so nice of confronting each other. But because of these interventions, more than 17 former communist rebels have surrendered to government. They have returned to the folds of the law and are happily reintegrating programs or the local eclipse. It's either I am talking too fast or too slow, or the operator of this thing here is drowsy. Maybe because I had so many ad-libs along the way. Marami akong akin lang. Kaya yung nahinto ako when I stop and I process something in the gray matter between my ears, hindi humahabol o hindi alam ng operator. Hindi bale, ma'am, mahal pa rin kita. Lalaki ba ito o yung mga babae? Kagabi yung mga babae, sila? Sabihin mo sa kanila, magipagkita ako maya. I will embrace them for their punctuality in operating this, this strange machine that gives you the speech. With the support of our local government units, I am confident that support for the communist movement will continue to erode in the next few months. Unlike the decades-old Moro rebellion in Mindanao, we also bring an end to the armed struggle of the communists once and for all. Sa totoo lang, itong komunista, college pa ako. Hanggang ngayon, ang mga sige pa rin. So, speech mo lang ito, kunwari lang, pero ang totoo, there's a lot of fighting going on in the countryside. But I'd like to credit the police and the military for destroying so many communist fronts. Hindi. I think they have destroyed more than 15 apparatus or the fronts of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Alam mo, mag-istorya muna tayo sa taxation. I'd like to be frank with you. Everybody in this country are paying taxes to the communists. The Communist Party earns billions, but pass on a little to their fighting men who die for an ideology that is so rotten and corrupt. They themselves are pocketing the money, and their children are studying in Europe and in other places, which I think none of you here can finance such journey. Yan ang masakit dito. They collect taxes, support season in Netherlands, and they do nothing but bad-mouth government and war dogmas and everything. Hindi na sila nagpagod. It's about 53 years in the making. And until today, the poor people are dying. The cadres, and most of them belonging to the indigenous tribes of our country, are fighting a losing battle between the communists and the government. They waste lives, they enlist children, and they are proud of it, but they deny it. But when you go to the mountains, such as I and Senator go many times, even during the elections, they were there with so many arms that I think somebody, an idiot here in the Philippines, supplied the firearms. I'd like to ask Congress, especially Senator Bato, kindly dig on, because we have identified the person who imported the AK-47 into this country on the pretext of using it in the security, providing security and guards in business establishments and for those who can afford their home. This policeman, I think, is still there. He was a colonel, and she is still, walang nangyari. At maraming sundalong namatay dahil sa mga armas na pinasok nila dito sa Pilipinas. So that my orders to you, if you see them walking around, kindly shoot them dead. I will be happy. Anyway, you're already charged in the ICC together with me. So what is the problem of adding another one? Another idiot Filipino who has caused great damage to our country. Yan ho ang totoo dyan. At itong mga pulis, but let me go back in time. When I first said I will fight drugs in 6 months, I thought it was like in Davao. You can either coerce, intimidate, or bribe them, or give them money. I said, lumabas kayo ng Davao doon kayo magkalat sa Luzon at sa ibang lugar. Huwag dito sa Davao. Naniniwala naman ang mga ulol at we were able to attain a sense of normalcy in the city. Yun ho ang totoo. There are people charged with corruption and even going to prison for just maybe not telling the truth in their assets and liabilities. Nakukulong. Itong mga pulis were doing their thing, their drugs. They were the manufacturers and they were the distributor of drugs. When I became president, I asked De La Rosa, he was the chief of police of my city, I promoted him direct to being PNP chief. 4-star na kaagad automatic. But I told him and the others, look for the enemies. Look for where they are. And if you find them, destroy the apparatus. Destroy all, from the manufacturers to the peddlers. Because we are fighting a drug war that was being participated in the business by 9 generals of the PNP. Kaya ang sakit sa loob ko. I did not know that I was fighting my own government. Customs and everyone else were facilitating the importation of drugs. And one importation, as you can see it every night on TV, the police now sees about almost $1 billion worth of drugs every day. And if you look at the 888, there are about 1,000 Filipinos arrested every day by the police in connection with drug trafficking. And that is why I go crazy looking at the situation. They are still around. We do not have the laboratories now because nawala na sila. At itong naiwan ngayon are doing the importation. The citizens of another country cook their shabu in their in their tugboat or something, and they threw out the product contained in the plastic bags and with GPS attached to the contraband so that the importers could find them easily. That is how we are fighting, almost losing a battle against drugs. And now, the Sinaloa gangsters of Mexico and the triad of Laos in that area. They are busy cooking, and we have the Filipinos here with nothing in their mind except to destroy a nation, distributes them. That is what I said. I've been asked the question, and several times I gave the answer. I am a Filipino and I love my country. I do not want my country in disarray because of drugs. I do not want families break up and become dysfunctional. Yun ang masakit sa akin. If you want to destroy a family, look for a way of the member or a resident of that family home. Biglang mo na droga. Pag nandiyan na yung droga at they are hooked, and that is the end. Sometimes families are separated because of drugs, becomes dysfunctional, at yung mga masawa magpunta doon sa abroad, ika nga, to look for jobs. And you know, in the Middle East, I am not attributing it to any particular country, but there are tribes in the Middle East who are employing our Filipino citizens, and they are uniform. Everybody who comes here home asks them how many hours of sleep they have. They said it's only 3 to 4 hours. And the food is hagwas. And the sacrifice, because they send money to the families back home. And thinking all the time that the money was spent usefully, only to realize when she comes home that that family has already dispersed to nowhere. Bakit yan? Because itong mga durugista sa baba, itong peddlers, itong basurero, tawag, sa street lingo, they look for families na may mga nanay, tatay nagtrabaho, ang tatay or nanay nagtatrabaho sa abroad. And to think na iniiwan nila ang mga anak nila kung saan-saan na lang to their neighbors at the tender age of 3 to 4, 5. It breaks your heart. Iiwan lang nila sa kapitbahay kung walang mga relatives. And then, when they come back 4 years after, they now realize that their young sons and daughters have gone into prostitution because of drugs. And their boys or their male are nowhere to be found and into the drug business also. Yun ang pinakamasakit. Masakit sa akin na ang Pilipina pumunta doon para magtrabaho because sexual abuse in some tribes in the Middle East have this notion that if you are a slave or you are a paid person working for them, sexual abuse becomes part of the territory. Kaya dyan ako pumuputok at nakakita ko yung mga pamilya na sira. And to think that they labored without sleep, eating, I said, garbage, and not being allowed to go to their own church to pray, well, that is prohibited by them. And we have been, just because of their money that they get, we just look the other way around. But still being, bothered every night and day what will happen to the next succeeding group of. That is why I have in this speech, I talk about slavery. Pero yan, magprangka ako, I'll never deny, and the ICC can record it. Those who destroy my country, I will kill you. And those who destroy the young people of our country, I will kill you. Talagang nangyayariin kita because I love my country. You can do it the legal way, but it would take you months and years. And you know what? The statistics I just learned the other night, that plenty of those who are in the middle class have been released from prison despite the fact that they are charged of trafficking which is non-bailable, and most of them are out. Babae pati lalaki ang kaso. And that is why I said, I toyed with the idea. I said, if there is still space, with due respect to the Senate President, he is a good man. He can become a good Vice President. He is holy. Ngayon, hindi na siya nahuhuli. Noon, huling-huli siya. But with due respect to Senator Soto, who's also running for the Vice Presidency, he is a capable man, a good man, and a Filipino. Sige ako tingin sa harap na dito para sa likod ko. You know, when you are old, I've been in politics, mayor for 23 years, 5 years as a congressman dito. I work here. And 4 years working as vice mayor for my daughter, Sarah. And the presidency. I have been in politics almost 23 plus 4 plus 4. Almost 40. Kaya kung hindi ko na malaman ang seat arrangement dito, hindi ko alam na noon pa ang mga Senate President pati. Butit na lang hindi ko sinali si Velasco. Baka hindi na ako makabalik doon maya. Bale, diretso na ako uwi. I have said many times before, the bloodshed caused by the separatist movement in Mindanao is all about correcting the historical injustice suffered by the Moro people. Since the period of colonialization, with the help of Congress, we were able to pass the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Finally fulfilling a promise that was decades in the making. Our victory in Marawi is also a testament to how the Filipinos' patriotism is far stronger than any extremist group. As I have said before many times, there is no room for lawlessness in this country. Rebuilding a better Marawi remains today still not completed. to Task Force Bangon Marawi, we need to race against time, and you have to finish the necessary work for to rehabilitate the war-torn city and bring back its families back home. Now, let me talk again about the drugs. I was just ahead because I was talking something else. Nag-segue ako. While we have made great strides in ending rebellion and insurgency in various parts of the country, we still have a long way in our fight against the proliferation of drugs. This problem has hounded our country for several decades, destroying families and degrading the moral fiber of our society. When I assumed office, I committed to end this problem at the soonest possible time. We launched an unprecedented war against illegal drugs and to destroy their apparatus. That permitted every level and sector of society. We wage war on the manufacturers, the financiers, the suppliers, the peddlers, and the entire syndicates, and more importantly, their protectors in government. We have rescued and reformed drug dependence because of their idiotic sense of decency. But interventions and building facilities not only for the rehabilitation, but also to prepare them to reintegrate into society. Our unyielding campaign led to the surrender of millions of drug dependents and neutralization, capture, and prosecution of thousands of drug personalities. The dismantling of illegal drugs and syndicates and the drug laboratories, the extensive drug communities down to the barangay level, and the cutting of narco politics. You know, allow me a little bit of your time. Wala naman siguro kayong lakad ngayon. Unless you want to, unless you have this appointment with, I'm sure hindi babae yan. That would be a sexist statement. Kung nagmamadali talaga, halos tumatakbo, babae yan. Kung naglalakad lang na natural, medyo less important yan. Ganon yan. Pero dito wala. I'm not making any sexist. I'm just saying the truth. What is the truth? It's there for all to see. Let me talk about our quest for infrastructure development. 5 years ago, the first thing I made sure was to increase our infrastructure spending to an average of 5% of the country's GDP. This is significantly higher than infrastructure spending of each and past 4 administrations. Thanks to the comprehensive tax reform program that enabled us to fund critical infrastructure projects, today we can see the tangible results all around. MRT 3, with its frequent breakdowns and unloading of passengers mid-rail, was a horror. That was for the daily commuters to endure in the past. Now, MRT 3 no longer unloads passengers but to their destinations. The waiting time between trains had been significantly reduced to 10 trains running at only 30 kilometers per hour before. Now MRT runs 23 trains at 60 kilometers per hour. We have taken away the misery of public commuting. We also pursue the completion of the LRT to East Extension Project by extending Line 2 and adding 2 more stations. We have reduced travel time between Manila and Antipolo from the usual 2 to 3 hours to only just 40 minutes. Thanks to our partnership with the private sector, we are able to open Stage 3 of the Metro Manila Skyway in January this year. This decongested EDSA and other major roads in Metro Manila. On Independence Day last month, we also inaugurated the Kalayaan Bridge, part of the BGC Ortigas Centerlink project, which will reduce the usual 1-hour travel time between the two business districts in just 12 minutes. Beyond Metro Manila, we are pursuing several high-impact projects that will be completed within my term and perhaps in the following years. It's a question of money. Just this July, we inspected the newly built passenger terminal building of the Clark International Airport. The new and modern passenger terminal is equipped with the latest state-of-art technology. This can accommodate 8 million passengers, alleviate air traffic congestion at the Naya Airport, as well as serve a major growth driver and gateway to northern and central Luzon. Madali man magpakpak, ang basa ang mahirap. To help promote equitable development, we also completed several roads leading to important trade corridors. Last year, we completed the construction of the Poro Point Free Port Zone Road in La Union, which improved nakita na ninyo yan? Wala. Sige lang pakpak. You don't even have a picture of what I'm talking about, I'm sure. To improve access to prime spots for investment tourism in the Poro Point area. We also completed the junction Lanao-Pagadian Zamboanga City Road, which will provide easier access to farms and easily transport their agricultural products at low cost and in great quantities to industries and economic zones located in Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay. The Sorsogon City in Bicol, inuna namin yan kasi mahal ko ang mga Bicolano. Pangangatawan ninyo yung pakpak ninyo ha, baka the Sorsogon City Coastal Pass-by Road is targeted completion by the end of 2021, while the Davao City Coastal Road will be completed by 2023. Bakit? Why? Why is Davao last? Kasi sinabi ko sa kanila, unahin ninyo yung buong Pilipinas. During the initial years of my presidency, I told the economic managers and the DPWH, pati si Art Tugade sa transportation, unahin ninyo ang Luzon at ibang areas sa Mindanao. Do not look into the political entrails of this city and other provinces. Sinadya ko talaga na ipanghuli ang Davao. Kaya for the Davao venues, you must understand that we cannot really unahin natin yung, kasi taga dyan ako eh. Kung hindi ako sigurado taga Davao, tapos na yan, pareho ng iba. Kaya lang sinabi ko, make Davao the last priority. At totoo yan. Sorsogon is a little politics, but that's the territory of our Vice President, Lene Robredo. Are you here, ma'am? Zoom. Meron ho kayong Sorsogon at iba pa. We have inaugurated new highways and roads as skyways. We have bought new trains, and these are a testament that we have greatly eased the grueling experience of traveling and commuting. And to sustain our momentum in infrastructure development, I have directed DPWH, DTR, NEDA, Department of Finance, and DBM to be on full speed to ensure that our flagship project will be completed within my term, especially those that could help disperse economic activity outside of the densely populated Metro Manila. I thus earnestly call upon our LGU and private sector partners to help us speed and go for the earliest realization towards our flagship project, infrastructure, and others. Let me dwell about governance. As we improve the connectivity, we work towards greater convenience for our travelers. We have extended the validity of the Philippine passport to 10 years to lessen the burden of our traveling travelers and OFWs. We have also gone beyond merely addressing the 3 million backlog of the driver's licenses in 2016. We also extended for the new cars the validity of the driver's license to 5 years, and addedly, we shall begin the issuance of these driver's licenses within 10 years, which would be good for 10 years if there is no traffic violation. So, punta ka diyon sa LTO, maybe you have a good sight. Merong ano yan eh. I think there's an examination there somewhere to test your ability to drive safely. And you go back 10 years after, and you think that you still have the good side, and your reflexes are still good. 10 years, maraming banggaan yan. Sigurado ako. After 10 years, after 5, there should be a stricter measure to by imposing stringent requirements to test the essential functions of eyesight, then the hearing. Yung iba, hindi na nakakarinig ng serbato eh. And so I have to, 10 years is too long. So I like it. It's good. But we should have, as I said, in 5 years, we should go there for a medical makeover. Tingnan lang kung kaya pa. Not only did we extend the validity of the licenses and passports, we also sought to make long lines a thing of the past. By streamlining government processes, these efforts are embodied in the Ease of Doing Business Act, which Congress passed on 2018. Thank you, Congress. Sa inyo yun. Ako ang nagpirma pala. Ako nag-execute. Pakpak rin kayo. Dapat ganun ang SONA. Sabihin mo lahat. At sabihin mo na your, not really your qualms, but your misgivings somewhere there. Transactions will be further streamlined with the rollout of the Philippine Identification System, or the PhilSy, to the Philippine Identification System Act. With this, we hope to facilitate better access, better services and access for all Filipinos, even in the far-flung areas. I want to say something about this, but I'm taking too long, We also ensured the modification of the salary schedule for civilian government personnel through the salary standardization law 5. A necessary measure for our civil servants to recognize their work and accomplishment, as well as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. We have this legacy, and we hope to pass on this establishment of central business portal, single site, and for all business-related transactions, such as securing business permits, licenses, and clearances, and launched earlier this year. It shall be elevated our global standing in doing business arena and improve our country's competitiveness. Alam mo ito, yung queuing. When I was a mayor, I don't know, but maybe a legislator or a senator or a congressman, well, not really he's higher than the others. But kung dumaan ka as a local government employee worker, just like me, for 23 years, itong queuing, matagal ko na ito. In Davao, ang passport issuances na doon sa likod ng SM. Isang gabi, nagmotor ako, nakita ko yung mga paa sa simento. So I was thinking, ano nangyari dito? So nagbaba ako, sabi ko, bakit dito kayo natutulog? Sabi nila, Mayor, ang pagbukas niyan, kailangan nakapila na kami. Pag hindi, sunod, ibang araw na naman kami. So, I called for the Chief of Office. And I said, look, I may not be the person above you supervising, but make sure that this thing will not happen tomorrow. As in tomorrow. Tapos tinawagan ko ang sabi ko, why don't you give cards? Kung marami sila paglinya, may maglakad na marshal, ito, ikaw bukas. at 4 p.m. So you have to study the time and motion of people doing work. Sabi ko, ayaw ko dito sa Davao. Because Davao, Mindanao, nasa Davao ang ang issuances ng passport. So ngayon, pagka-presidente ko, sabi ko, ayaw ko nang makita yan. Not during my time. Not during my time. Maghanap ka ng ibang panahon. Ayusin ninyo yan. I do not want people queuing under the heat of the sun and rain. Kaya, sabi ko, di magbigay kayo ng card. They should go to one window, magkuha kayo kung kailan sila makabalik. So divide, I said, study your time. And the motion of, the process of, andito nangyari na because I insisted. Today there is no more queuing, especially in the National Office, Statistics Office. Nakita ko. Talagang sabi ko na, either you fix the thing or I will resign tomorrow because I could not bear to see those people. Hindi sa panahon ko. Kung hindi ko madala, hindi ko man kayo mapatay. Hindi ko kayo mabugbog. Ako ang alis sa gobyerno. Sabi ko, ayusin ninyo yan. Hindi ko gustong makita yan. Since 2016, the Office of the President has issued 138 executive orders, 43 administrative orders, 86 memorandum circulars, 52 memorandum orders, and 1,038 proclamations. These issuances have been integral guideposts government administration and development agenda. The Office of the President has demonstrated careful stewardship of the power by initiating reforms. We upgraded and improved the system and processes to ensure that it can provide the best service to the institution of the presidency and the offices under it, ultimately to the Filipino people. To further promote transparency and accountability in government, we also issued the Order of the Freedom of Information and opens the records of transaction, decision, issuances of all government agencies. In relation to this, we have also Presidential Anti-Corrupt Commission that is tasked to run after corrupt and erring government officials and bring them to justice. Alam mo, I don't know if you perhaps have come to know about this. I have yung pastillas sa airport. There were 43 personnel involved. I fired them all. Talagang binaalis ko sa gobyerno. Nagbalot mga ako ng pera sa pastillas. Sabi ko kay magbalot ka, lagyan mo ng pera. Kaya ito ang ipakain ko sa kanila. Tinawag ko, 43 of them from the immigration. Mabutit na lang nandyan si Justice Secretary Guevara. So, that prevented me from doing it because kung hindi siya dumating, and I never expected him to be there, bigyan ko isa't isa yung papel at ipakain ko talaga yung pera sa kanila. Gusto mo ng pera, kainin mo. That is the best way of... Then you fire them. Customs 73 plus 42, and every day you have about... We have dismissed about 200 government personnel. But some I did not allow the publication because may mga pamilya So of late yung sabi nila na wag na lang kasi nasasaktan yung mga... So ngayon wala na. I've stopped it, but there is no saying that we cannot reimpose it again for all of these idiots. I still have about a year to go. I will reach you somehow. But corruption is endemic in government. You cannot stop corruption. Nobody can stop corruption unless you overturn government completely. If I were the next president, if you think that there's really a need for you to change everybody in the system, then you declare martial law and fire everybody and allow the new generation to come in to work for government. Eh, kung hindi mo ganunin, walang mangyari. Nandyan, it's in the system. Kagaya ng drugs. Sino ba naman maniwala na 9 generals sa police were into trafficking of drugs? And because they are policemen, the charges simply just, disappeared. Because the prosecution, the investigation, which form part of the vital documents in court, nobody was investigating because they are also policemen. Kaya yan kahirap ang Kaya gusto mo, itong mga to, talagang the only way to do it, just call them and say, look for another job. Don't. Ganun kahirap. Now, let me pursue my talk with the foreign policy of the country. In the international arena, we have vigorously pursued an independent foreign policy centered on the promotion and protection of our core national interests. Yet, sigurado kayo sa pinakpakan ninyo? I was just laying the predicate of what I'm going to say. Yet, we continue. I will just give the cue, then you clap your hands. Yet we continue to work with all nations and seek partnerships that work. Because despite differences, it is an independent world where interests and objectives intersect. Now, partners heretofore silent for equivocal reasons have expressed their principled positions that echo our own, that disputes and contested areas, the majesty of the law must prevail, and this is most welcome. To our friends in ASEAN and around the world, thank you for supporting my government, my country and people, where it truly matters. I assure you that the Philippines will remain a responsible member of the international community. And we will work with you to achieve our shared objectives. Make no mistake, rather. Gone are the days when the Philippines decides and acts in the shadows of the great powers. We will assert what is rightfully ours and fight for what is rightfully due to the Filipino people. we do not have any SONA every day. Now it's as good as any other time to just let it out from puso mo. This is why we sent back container vans of garbage because our country is not a dump site. And the first country to do that, hindi ko alam kung bakit, ang Canada. And the container was there for 3 years because hindi alam ng port authorities kung anong gawain nila sa garbage. And I said, isauli mo. I want it done tomorrow. Those containers must be out of our country. Pag hindi, kayong lahat, all of you in custody, I'll fire you. That is a good ground for dismissing people for accepting the garbage. Kaya may isa pa. Pero let you in this story. The Balingiga bell. We welcome back the bells of Balingiga after many decades because a historic wrong needed to be corrected. The deal was, I would say, I am in bad faith. Sigurado yan. I will admit it. But this is the real story. The Americans, former soldiers, war veterans, went to see me, I think it was in Aguinaldo, and some military men. And in no uncertain terms, they said that you have been invited by Trump to go to America. Have you decided to go there? I said, no. Why? Sabi ko, I do not like the way that you are treating my country. Why? I said, for one, and there was the clamor now of Balingiga. You return the bells of Balingiga. So that's a war really sacred also to the soldiers. Then it is more sacred to us. In addition to the religion, the Roman Catholic Filipino Church, the church. Sabi nila, why would to make a deal? Si Hogan, he is around. He's a CIA agent. Sabi niya, isauli namin, pupunta ka, because I said earlier in my maybe presidency, there will never be a time that I will go to America. Itong mga media mahilag mag-udyok ganon, bakit ka hindi punta? O arte mo lang yan. Sabi ko, then you watch me. Hindi gusto ninyong malaman. Sabi ko sa Amerika, yes, I might consider going to America. So well then. O sabi ko, work on it. Ano in just 2 months' time, they told me that the ship carrying the Balingiga bells are on their way. To deliver it to Quezon. You remove it, you put it back there, kayo mismo. So tulong-tulong sila doon, nabalik na. Hogan said, so when are you going to go to America? Well, I do not have the time. But I will go there. Nung malapit na, hindi na talaga ako pumunta. Well, how about your promise? Well, I lost time to do it. I cannot do it now. Pero talaga, in my mind, and the Americans might know it, there was never in my mind a trip to America. Ngayong Balingiga, sabi ko, you massacred one barangay, baryo noon, women and children and all. Pinatay nila lahat. Because that bell, Balingiga was used to call the people for prayers, ganon. Sa simbahan yun eh. So yung ginawa nila, every time it is used, the Americans knew that it has a great significance to the Filipinos, the Balingiga. After the massacre of one barangay, how many at the time we would never know. But it was said, isang baryo. No barangay ngayon, baryo noon yan eh. Baryo is an American word. The barrio. They also call the small places in Mexico barrio. The Americans borrowed it from the Spaniards, barrio. So sabi ko, blood, you really got it at the expense of the blood of Filipinos. Do not hurry me up. If I go to America, it will be in my own time. Pero actually, wala ako. I have not been to America for almost 10 years, 22 years. I have not visited America, and I do not have the intention of visiting it anymore. We called on the world to dismantle the heinous kafala system. Ito ring isa. Because the Filipino is no slave unto anyone, anywhere. And there is no room for modern day slavery. We helped start a new global civil rights movement for the migrant worker. And we asserted the arbitration ruling on the South China Sea clearly and in no uncertain terms, bilaterally, and the ASEAN, and finally at the United Nations General Assembly. And let me talk about that. I said in the September of last year, the arbitral award is now part of the international law and beyond compromise and beyond the reach of the passing governments to dilute, to diminish, or abandon. That is the problem. Let me talk to just to everybody in the Middle East. I would like to tell them that not only Filipinos but all human beings, the kafala has no place there because it's a setup for slavery. Either you correct it or we will ask our workers, Filipino workers, to go home. Sabi ko, bahala na. Kung mahirap lang kami dito, okay lang. We will try our very best to make up for what they have lost, what they will lose in the process. But we will never allow them to be slaves. But we need to do more with our partners. We continue scaling our maritime domain awareness, defense capabilities. Yet, we will not close our doors on diplomacy and the tongue, because that is how disputes are settled and never by force. Let me I respect the opinion. You should be aware by now of how I talk, especially on matters of crucial matters that involves the country. Ito bang arbitral ruling? I've said it I think in the later part of the speech. I said that what's your problem in the arbitral ruling? America and some Filipinos, brilliant Filipinos, I would say, keep on pushing for something which I really do not know. I have made a speech before the UN. Nakasumplang rin, nandito lang ako. Hindi ako pumunta doon. But in that speech, I laid down the bare, sabi ko, ng ating administrasyon. Ano pa ang gusto ninyo? What will I do with a document that is not bind China because they were never a part of that arbitration? There was really no arbitration at all because it was only the Philippine side was served. Well and good. But ito ngayon, that there is the arbitral ruling, you know, I do not want to insult these people pushing me for something more than what I can handle. At anong gusto nila makipagira? Do something. What to do something? Do you want war against China? Well, I'll tell you, even on the coast beach of Palawan, before you can take off, the missile of China would be there in about 5 or 10 minutes. It would be a massacre if I go and fight a war now. We are not yet a competent and able enemy of the other side. So what I did was I was just being nice to them. But for some people to say that I was helped by China in being president, these idiots, really. I will never do that. Hindi na bali ako, hindi ma-presidente, hindi talaga gagawin yan. To be, what? Receiving money from China to buy votes? They say that they help. Maybe in some Chinese communities, the gossip going around was that support Duterte. But the whole of the Chinese community in the Philippines went for me. Why? Kasi sa Davao nung mayor ako, ni minsan hindi ako tumatanggap baski Christmas gift. Dito marami dito sa Maynila, presidente ako ngayon. Maraming magpadala ng baril, kung ano dyan, gobs. Sabi ko, isauli mo yan. Yung mga relo, itong aking relo, it's IWC, this is only 300,000. But the patik that has come with me, sinauli ko talaga, return it. O pag hindi, itapon mo sa Pasig sa harapan nila. Hindi ako tinulungan ng China. Nag-usap kami ng China civilly, but after election. And after election, I was a good friend of presidency. Until now, when the pandemic struck, the first country I called for help was China. President Xi, sabi ko, President, we have no vaccination program here because we do not have the vaccines. we have not been able to invent one, we might have a hard time. Said, no, it's okay, we'll send you. And he sent us, I donated about 1,500,000 of vaccines. Ganon, kaya sabi ko, ako, lalo na kami mga Bisaya, mabigat sa amin yan, for us Bisayans, yung utang na loob, mabigat talaga yan. Hindi mo mabayaran ng ano, pero pag may utang na loob ako sa iyo, you can be sure that I will be your friend, a true friend, and die for you. Pero ito, China mag-die, bakit ako mapakamatay dyan? Yung sundalo ko, ubusin ko. How can we fight China? Do we have the weapons? Do we have the everything? Now comes America. They say that if the attack is against the Philippines, they will defend. But they issued a statement that America does not meddle in conflicts involving the boundaries of other nations. And if America has to go to war, he would have to go to Congress to get, American Congress to get that authority to go to war. That is why many presidents, hindi na lang, it was just not an error, a mistake, a malicious mistake. No president has ever been punished for attacking nations, getting into a fight with nothing. And if they come here, well, ang problema kasi nandito na yung balingiga, sa uli na lang natin, uli. Maybe I'll just return and pag ito it's no big deal to hear the bells, ring it until you die. Fulfilling my promise to our coconut farmers and the Filipino people, my administration has worked with Congress to pass the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act. We have returned also the cocoa levy funds to its true and rightful owners, our coconut farmers. The fund is now worth estimated to be 75 billion, which will be utilized according to the plans and programs in the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan for the direct benefit of the coconut farmers and the development of the coconut industry. In our effort to ensure that food is within reach to every Filipino family, we work for the passage of the rice tariffication law in 2019, despite pushbacks. This resulted in the stabilization of rice supply and food prices and the proceeds from the tariffs that enabled us to provide our farmers with modern machineries that increase their yield and sustaining growth agricultural production. We also fulfilled our promise to improve free irrigation. That was the first promise I made in San Miguel, Bulacan when I was campaigning. The farmers invited me to go into the farms inside San Miguel, Bulacan. And we had a sort of a meeting, and the first thing that they were complaining about was the severity of the irrigation, that they have to pay 5,000 every month, every year. So sabi ko, I will work on it. Free Irrigation Service Act of 2018 is the product that now lowers the cost of agricultural production, especially for farmers. We also work to ensure that households have adequate supply of clean water, potable and affordable water. It's more than a commodity. It is vital. It is a vital public good. This is why I used my political capital to fight vested interest behind disadvantageous water service contracts that burden consumers with unjustified water prices increases with the signing of this concession water agreements. Concessioners consumers will be protected at least until 2037. Ganito yan eh. There is this concessionaire, dalawa. Ayoko na lang I will not mention names. Pero this is really what happened. Ang dalawang concessionaires, one in the south and the other is north. As the rich cartel dito sa Southeast Asia, ang kinakapture nila ang electricity pati tubig. Dito sa tubig, in this contract with water concessionaires, we made so many concessions that really, sabi ko, if you look at the contract and look at the anti-graft law, talagang it's all anti-graft. All of the sentences, even the period, and question mark there. Bakit? Sila walang problema sa tax because the people, consumers, will pay the taxes for them. Sila kung malugi, sabi na, hindi nila kasalanan, and we can think of it through not of their own fault, sabi doon, bayaran natin sila malugi. We pay for the tax corporation nila. At sila ang mag-decide kung i-increase nila o i-decrease nila ang water prices. The regulators, itong mga regulators sa Pilipinas, walang magawa and they acceded to the contract. It was really, I do not know how to put it. Kaya ako nag-pardon, di ba nagmura ako? Sabi ko, biro mo kung malugi sila, babayaran pa natin. Tayo ang corporate tax nila. Tayo ang magbayad. And it's a cartel that service concessionaires are part of the cartel of Malaysia and Indonesia and they form part of that mother corporation. Itong mga sa Pilipinas, pati Malaysia, Indonesia, they are just kumbaga sa storya, chapter lang yan sila. It's being controlled up by the sabi ko, wala ito. I told them, I told Dominguez, tell them that I am no longer honoring the contract. Meron pa doon, payment of itong tax, water treatment plant to be constructed in the Harrison Plaza site. Yun ang pinirmahan natin. So 1997 up to the present, or up to the month that I blew my top, nagbabayad, ewan ko kung ngayon nagbabayad, there's a, sa water bills ninyo for enhancement of quality of water. Ang ibig sabihin, water treatment. And they were collecting since 1997. So until now, how much of the Filipinos' money are with them for nothing, not even for a song? Kaya ako, if there is something, hindi naman proud, but if there is something someday that my children will say, what have you done for my country? Sabihin ko, sila. Talagang inupakan ko sila. Sabi ko, ayaw ninyo? You do not want it? Well, okay. I will just confiscate your system and call the military to operate it. I will exercise the eminent domain and expropriate all of your assets here. Kasi gagawin ko. Yun ang nangyari sa... So that sinabi ko sa military in one of our meetings immediately after that incident, I said, if I do not make it to the finish line, look kindly at the Filipino at tanungin ninyo kung ano na ang nangyari sa kanila. Yang tubig na yan. Now there is a new contract. I have not yet, I have to thoroughly digest it inside. I have to absorb it, every word of it, that the Filipino is protected. Pag nandyan na yan, then I will sign. But I will not forget. I'm telling them, the crime is there already. And any Filipino who would want to go after you can. Sabi ko, I will not free you. I will not, there's no waiver in your, I will never allow that. Just make a new contract. Just realize every day that I can call you itong frequency ng ABS-CBN. Yan ang pinaka-ideal kasi frequency is everywhere. But there is a spot kung sa Gulf is a soft spot na maganda yung wala akong problema sa ABS-CBN. They got my money. I'm not worried. They wanted to return it when the case blew up. But they printed all the garbage, including my daughter as a drug trafficker. Nilamon ko na lang lahat yun. Because I never wanted to appear vindictive. But itong they are cheating government by the billions in taxes. And they still want that frequency because yan ang pinapag-awayan. No. I will give it to a Filipino na gustong magawa ng tamang unpay. Because isa ABS-CBN, yung even their equipments were imported tax-free. Kaya talaga ako hindi magpapayag. They still owe government billions. In the contract dyan sa nakalagay doon 4 hectares. So ang binabayaran nila 4 hectares sa property taxes. Suppose occupying 40 hectares. that complex there. Pero ginamit nila na papel, yung 4 hectares, yun lang ang binabayaran nila. Kung hindi ba naman, kaya ko sila inaway. Well, our micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, constitute 99.6% of our country's businesses and are vital to economic activity, job creation, and poverty reduction. Iparamdam natin ang ating malasakit sa maliliit na negosyante sa pamamagitan ng Pondo sa Pagbago at Pag-asenso program since 2017. Meron na tayo yun. We have the program. The program has provided over 219,000 underprivileged microeconomic entrepreneurs with an alternative to the exploitive lending 5-6. Yan ang nakaano sa... Do you know what? Maybe I have to go to, if need be, I have to go to India. Yung 5-6 nila ng Turko, tinatawag ng Turko, kung maghiram ka sa kanila ng 10,000, pahiramin kanyang, hindi pera 10,000, 7,000 lang. And the others, mga refrigerator or things that you do not even need in the house, bilhin mo sa kanila, sala set, lahat na. That is part of the money. You do not want the furnitures, the refrigerators, they won't give you the... Kaya ang Pilipino nabuktot, alam mo buktot, naging hunchback na lang sa trabaho, ganun pa man. Kaya ako, sabihin ko itong mga Turko, you better come up with a fair scheme. If you want to go into business, money lending, but not at that usury 1,000 times. Likewise, to further support development of our micro and small business, we initiated radical reforms in the tax system to ease the taxation burden and increase the net income of lower wage earners and small businesses. Thanks to Congress. Yan, hindi pa ninyo alam, ha? Sabi ko lang, thanks to Congress and our revenue-generating agencies, our tax reform sustained our economic growth from the third quarter of 2016 to the fourth quarter of 2019, which made the Philippines one of the fastest-growing economies in Asia until the pandemic scourge. Yan talaga ang, well, I don't know what's the plan of God. This is something which hit us right in the heart. We see there's no way of telling when this virus would disappear from the planets of the earth. We can only pray to God to look into our direction and decide on what will happen to this planet He created. However, tax laws are not always perfect, and that is why every now and then they have to be revisited to see if they are at pace with the changing times. Let us therefore continue to monitor the relevance and the impact overtax laws on individuals and private institutions to prevent serious damage on their financial health. Going now to the social and health issues. To unburden of people from the hefty cost of tertiary education, my administration worked with Congress to pass a landmark legislation that had remained unpassed for so many years. The Universal Access or Tertiary Education Act in 2017, which provides free education to college students and state universities. Thank you, Congress. We also passed the Universal Health Care Act in 2019. And to supplement this, I also signed into law the Malasakit Centers Act in 2019. Kasi ganito yan eh. Pag ang pobreng Pilipino na sa ospital, magpunta pa siya doon sa kung saan makahingi ng tulong. So, ang ginawa, just like in Davao, ginawa namin, yung lahat na kailangan, yung internal revenue, kung nandyan, business permit, dyan na lang sa isang lugar, medisina, kunin nila. Dyan mismo sa ospital. Hindi na sila maglakad-lakad. And to me, that is one of the most, let me find the right word, a poignant act of Congress and of the Executive Department. Legislation which was sponsored by Senator Bongo. If you feel like standing up, you can, Senator. Masikat ka pa sa guest speaker. Unburden our peoples of the tedious process of going to various agencies and offices in order to avail assistance from government. I am pleased to report that we have already established 130 Malasakit centers across the country. That has already helped millions of Filipinos in their hospitalization needs. By establishing Malasakit centers all over the country, we have actually leveled the playing field and provide our less fortunate countrymen the medical care they deserve. We will be establishing more. God willing, if we are still around. Sa pagtatag ng Malasakit Center, hindi po kailangan lumapit at humingi ng tulong sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Ang gobyerno na ang lumalapit sa tao. So, let us talk about COVID. It's mentioned everywhere in the speech, but what's this goddamn virus is? I have to admit, back when I decided to answer your call and run for higher office, never did I imagine that my presidency would not only be judged by how I made good in my campaign promises in fighting illegal drugs, criminality, corruption, but how well I led our nation during the global pandemic. Hindi na ako makapronounce ng buti, baka mayroon na ako. May ambulansya ba dyan? Mukhang iba na ang I cannot pronounce the words. I hope this is not a symptomatic. Prior to the pandemic, we recorded our lowest debt to GDP ratio since 1986, the highest revenue effort since 1997, the highest credit rating in the country's history, yung sa bangko. Because if your rating is high, it's easy to borrow at maliit lang ang interest. That is the dynamics of a rating by Fitch and Poor, mga ganon. So, and the lowest rates of unemployment and underemployment and poverty, well, it's still there. It is beyond dispute that our economic governance fundamentals were robust when COVID-19 hit us. I am sure that much can be said about the way we took on the daunting challenge of preserving lives while sustaining our momentum towards the developmental. Dito na lang ako. Goals, naturally, we prioritize saving lives. Buhay muna bago ang lahat. Ibig sabihin, inuna natin yung gastos, yung pera natin sa pandemic. Kinuha ng lahat ng mga budget. Si Dominguez yan. Yun ang ginamit ninyo sa Bayanihan 1 and 2. Doon natin kinuha yung pera. We move quickly to safeguard the well-being of every Filipino through preventive and responsive health and safety measures and broad inclusive social amelioration programs or SAP. Thanks to the support of Congress, we launched the most extensive social protection program in our country's history with the Bayanihan passage of Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. Indeed, our national health system and the resilience which were tested to the health. Countless lessons we learned and continuously improvements put in place. Kahit anong crisis ay kaya malampasan kung tunay na may malasakit at bayanihan. I agree. At the early stages of the pandemic, our testing capacity was very limited. Recognizing the importance of conducting more tests to ensure early detection and timely isolation of confirmed COVID-19 cases, we ramp up our testing capacity. We now have more than 260 accredited laboratories nationwide, which is still capable of conducting at least 50,000 tests daily. All regions now can conduct their own COVID-19 tests. To take care of mild and asymptomatic cases, we established over 9,000 temporary treatment and monitoring facilities across the country, with a total bed capacity of more than 140,000. Together with the local government and the private sector, we quickly established mega quarantine facilities that could accommodate more cases. Modular hospitals and quarantine facilities have also been established nationwide, especially in Metro Manila. For our severe COVID cases, our tireless health workers will continue to ensure that you are provided with the best care around the clock based on the latest development global best practices. Our health experts continue to actively participate in the search for safe and effective COVID-19 medicines. With the help of Congress, kita mo sa lahat, I never said, wala kang magiging ito ay, that I, develop, cause the construction of a bridge that is nowhere to be found today. Yung mga, ako sa inyo talaga, with the help of Congress, we passed 13 measures that establish the new and improve the capacity of existing hospitals around the country to provide quality care and services. Our people, especially amid the ongoing pandemic 19. This includes establishing new medical facilities in Mandaluyong City, Bacolod, and Davao Occidental, increasing bed capacities to existing health facilities. In Quezon City, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Palawan, the upgrading of health facilities in that area to include Leyte. Currently, we have received over 30 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. We expect to at least receive 36 million vaccines this month, and in August, we have inoculated more than 7 million Filipinos which have received the first dose. At least 17 million. Well, I think the landscape, the health landscape of the country continues to improve as we, with the continuous approval of COVID-19 vaccines, we are ready to boost further our daily vaccination rate. And I also encourage our local government units to hasten the rollout and strengthen the inoculation program. San Juan City, for one, have vaccinated 70% of their population in a month's time. Saludo ako sa inyo at kay Mayor Zamora. We cannot continue living in the shadow of this potent enemy, especially now that science and medicine has proven that it is possible to live, if not entirely defeat, this virus. The health and safety protocols we put in place have proven effective in slowing down the spread of virus. But the best solution is still vaccination. Am I to mataas na ba? Kasi kung mataas na, putulin na lang ninyo itong gumagalaw dito para sabihin ko, wala naman akong mabasa. Pag matagal na, those who want to go home, raise your right hands. Pati si Monsignor, wag taitaas niya kamay niya. That is why I implore our countrymen who are now in the list of sectors to be inoculated to get vaccinated now. And to those who receive the first doses, please return for your second shot. I also ask for patience for those who are next in line to receive vaccine. More and more COVID-19 vaccines are arriving each week, and you will soon have your turn. Corollary to this, it is high time that clear and precise uniform protocol and guidelines are issued in anticipation of the vaccination of more Filipinos and the steady reopening of our society. Pagpasensyahan niyo ako, I beg your kind indulgence. But I have to say, to talk about something which would affect us all. It seems that this government is too far away from the people. Yung serbisyo talaga na totoo. Nung isang araw nakita ko, I don't have to know what place was that. Ang mga tao nakapila. And they say that they were there at 4 o'clock. Lumalakas yung ulan, sa payong lang sila. So nanonood ako sa report because I listen to the report every morning. Makukuha mo sa mga radio station yan eh. So I was having breakfast. I was listening to their TV. At nakita ko yung mga tao nakapila doon, malakas ang ulan. Sabi ko, doon sa breakfast table nagmura ako. Pero dito good boy man ako kay may mga religious diyan baga. I just call on the National Task Force Against COVID-19 to see to it that this happens. I mean the protection. We have spent enormous amounts of resources to build our capacities to overcome this pandemic. We cannot afford more lockdowns, lest our economy bleeds to the point of irreversible damage. Balitan ko, bakit mo papilahin? At sabi kasi doon, libre lahat na, wala nang ano. So nagpuntahan yung mga tao, nagpila, kasi wala nang lista-lista. Pero sabi nung ito, alas 4 pa sila. Hindi lang ako pwedeng alam mo sa totoo lang, hindi naman ako nagyayabang. I'm just an ordinary Filipino citizen. Just like you, I get hurt when people are nearly almost brutalized. Bakit hindi ka magkuha? It's rain time. Malakas ang monsoon, southwest monsoon, dumadaan talaga sa Pilipinas. Gamitin mo utak mo, you should look for a gym. At bigyan mo lahat ng tao ng number. Hanggang dito lang po sir. Hanggang dito lang tayo, balik kayo itong bukas from 15 to 20, kayo na naman bukas. Bigyan mo lang card. Prepare a card where you can, the marshal will go around the queuing na bakit mo, hindi ko maintindihan, this media, hindi ko maintindihan bakit gawain mo yan sa Pilipino. Yan ang tinatanong ko. Why do you have to do it to the Filipino? You can always, maghanap ka ng, there's always a gymnasium. Mga eskwelahan, walang klase ngayon. Bakit hindi mo gamitin doon? Bakit ka maghanap ng isang tarantado? Kaya lang ako, well, it is to my chagrin, because gusto kong lumabas. Itong PSG lang na ito ang, sabihin ko sa inyo, huwag kayong magpresidente. Wala talagang, sabihin ko, maliit ang sweldo. Wala ka. If you're not there really for the, mag-corrupt ka dyan, well, it would make you a billionaire overnight. But kung magtrabaho ka lang ng ganito, ako presidente, gusto kong lumabas doon, sabihin ko, hoy, mga, bakit ganito to? Bakit ganon kayo ka-stupido? I mean, the Filipino does not deserve it. Even if they are not paying taxes. because the theory of government is that all money belongs to the people. And the money is there. It belongs to all of us. And it should be used for public good. But what is the use of public good if you are not good and stupid? So, ganun ang mangyayari sa Pilipino. I'm just letting off my... Kasi kung hindi lang talaga bawal, itong PSG hindi ako pinapalabas. Magsabi ko magpunta ako na, sir, hindi pwede yan, hindi pwede. Kulong talaga ako. Magpresidente ka, totoo lang, you are a prisoner. You are brought here, kunwari ka pa, di chopper ka, di gwardya, tapos uwi ka doon sa bahay mo, tapos hindi ka na makalabas. Priso ka talaga. Tawagin mo yung security, yung gusto kong pumunta, sir, pasensya na. Tapos paggalitan mo, sabihin mo, sir, ang authority namin does not come from you. It comes from a law. So, kami ang masunod. Talagang, sige ka, pirma, bunch of papers, you read it hanggang umaga, trabaho ka. Sweldo mo, ganun lang. Just give me 219,000. Tapos ganun ang trabaho. Mag-isa ko. Butit ngayon, kaya nandito yung asawa ko at dito yung anak ko. Nabubuhay yung loob ko mag-uwi ako sa bahay ngayon. Looking forward. Today is my last State of the Nation address. But this is by no means my swan song. I shall never cease to implore Congress to pass vital and critical legislation as well as to push the entire government to ensure nothing less than the full recovery and revitalization of our country. But to do this, it is necessary for us to first overcome the crippling fear, anxiety, and uncertainty that was caused by the threat of the COVID-19 virus. Well, I really do not know what to do. I have to listen to the task force. This is a group of people volunteering to be a collective advisor that would give you the advice collectively, we put it that way, na sila ang magsabi. And we're just waiting for the word. I am referring to COVID-D, Delta. It is rampaging now in Indonesia, Thailand, India, and many parts of Asia. And ang sabi doon sa the Western medicine says that it is far more aggressive and far more dangerous, and it can cause death easily than the COVID-19 original. So this is as good as any other time to say it. If says that it is really dangerous, you have to go back to lockdown. If there are many people in other parts of the world killing as many, then Delta, if ever it will spread, we have it here now. I hope it will not go any further. But if something wrong happens, I'll have to be strict And I have now my word that there will be, just like what happened in the early days. Kung ganun ang COVID, saan tayo pupunta? And if it requires a new vaccine, we do not have it yet. I don't know what, maybe we'll just have to pray for salvation. Sabihin natin, Diyos, we have done everything, but this time we are really put hard on these things that happen. Rest assured, we will exert every effort to ensure the lost livelihood of our affected countrymen. I have recently signed an executive order creating a task force that will shepherd the country's national recovery employment recovery strategy. The task force recently partnered with the Employers Federation of the Philippines to implement the reforms Rebound and Recover program that aims to vaccinate qualified workers to fill in more than 1 million jobs. These jobs will be created by business association in the fields of construction, information, technology, POP, and electronic to our business association. Thank you for joining in our effort to bring back lost income opportunities for our workforce. Another important component of our employment recovery strategy is the retooling of our workers to prepare them to better job opportunities. Since the start of the community quarantine, over 1.5 million availed of the TESDA's free online training program. I am directing the National Employment Recovery Strategy Task Force, particularly TESDA, to ensure the upskilling of our workers and increase their employability. I expect the task force to work double time, not only to recoup job losses, but more importantly, to rehabilitate the economy and help our hardest hit sectors. Through COVID-19 assistance, to start enterprises or CARES program, we released 988 million pesos worth of loans to over 14,000 enterprises. Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2 released 2.9 billion pesos worth of loans to over 12,000 enterprises, including our displaced OFW enterprises in the tourism sector, to help them start or sustain their business amid the pandemic. Along this line, I would like to renew my call to Congress to immediately pass the amendments of priority legislative measures such as the Foreign Investments Act, the Public Service Act, and the Retail and Trade Liberalization Act. Your applause went well ahead of its realization. You have to work on this, guys, and well, I'm sure that we can have a respite of this contagion in your own little way. Finally, I would like to reiterate my call for Congress again to pass legislation to establish a single agency that shall focus on and respond quickly to the needs and concerns of our OFWs. I pray that our next leaders and our future generations will not squander our natural resources and fight for integrity of our environment. in a manner fiercer and more effective than my administration had ever done. The pandemic has taken so much from us as a nation, but like other adversities that tested us time and again, it can never take our courage and resilience and the spirit of bayanihan one, rather bayanihan, and the value of the malasakit are now indelible in us Filipinos. We shall use these gifts to forge ahead towards a better normal. As we come to a point where the risk of COVID-19 transmission can, to a certain extent, be managed, and I'm hopeful that we shall be united in forging ahead towards bringing the country back to its robust growth path. Let me end by adding this particular statements. We are on learning, education, and learning. Despite our inability to conduct face-to-face classes during this pandemic, we remain determined to deliver quality and accessible education to all. Creation of the basic educational learning plan. Community plan enabled uninterrupted learning to students in the basic sector while ensuring the teachers' health and safety and well-being. While the pandemic has demonstrated readiness, resourcefulness, and capability of government to serve the Filipino people through the use of ICT and digital services, it has also shown its inherent deficiencies and weaknesses. As such, that I ask Congress to pass an e-governance act that will set up transition of government processes to digital age. I'd like to add something on the protection of our overseas Filipinos. I also ask Congress to pass a law creating the Department of Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos. Kailangan po ito because they are suffering they suffered not only yesterday but they are still suffering now with so many inadequacies in both our government response and including the monetary assistance. To ensure that there is a department that is solely focused on addressing the needs and taking care of the welfare of our countrymen abroad. Before I end, let me also touch on the environmental protection. It has also been 13 years since the Supreme Court to Mandamos ordered the rehabilitation of Manila Bay. Unfortunately, no immediate substantial action to comply with the Supreme Court's order was undertaken until 2019, when this administration started its long overdue rehabilitation. As of May 2019, all illegally operating open dam sites surrounding Manila Bay has been shut down, while 151 out of 187 LGUs surrounding the bay have now access to sanitary landfill. Establishments have been forced to comply with environmental laws and ordinances, while those who did not have been closed. As a result, pollutants have been slightly reduced, coliform levels also reduced to its barest maximum, are now in its longest levels in years, if not decades. I urge the DENR to sustain the efforts to continue working without the LGUs to restore Manila Bay to its former glory. You know, just one little thing before we end. Yung pag-ano sa Manila Bay, where there is the corner where all of the garbage by current, by action of the current. Nandito marami sa likod ng Luneta. Ginawa natin yan at nilagay tayo itong yung puting basto na which is scattered into small pieces. Nawawala minsan yan because of the waves. So every now and then we still have to replenish because we cannot change the nature of our shores. That is how it is. It is not a permanent fixture there, doliform. It is there from the mountains, and we break it down and bring it to the sea. But that would occupy that place, irrespective of there is a high tide or low tide. Nakakatulong yan. At nawawala yan. And the only way to do it is to replenish it until we can think of a good alternative of how we can process the whole thing back to its normalcy. If there was really normalcy at the time or at any other time in the past. On the resilience, again, dinagdag ko na lang ito. So time is good and at any other time again to ask you. In line with this, we hope to pursue the creation of public entities dedicated to managing emerging and re-emerging diseases. I thus fervently ask Congress to enact a law creating the Center for Disease Prevention and Control and the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. We must support them. Baski gaano natin kahirap, however poor we are, I think that the Filipinos, given the proper support and the things, the equipment that they have to use, we can, I am sure that the Filipino brain can also process or make vaccines in the future. Tapos na po yan, ma'am. I ask Congress to pass the Disaster Resilience Act that will create the Department of Disaster Resilience. Let us also, pagkatapos ito, ma'am, ikaw yung unang tao na mag-congratulate sa akin, ha? Kaya ako nagka-utal-utal dito dahil sa iyo. Let us also pass the law implementing the Fire Protection Modernization Program to bolster the readiness of our firefighters and ensure their ability to respond to fires and disasters. Related to this, importante ang trabaho ng bombero, maniwala kayo. They must also be there during a disaster happening. Let us also push for the mandatory establishment of education centers in every city, province, and municipality throughout the country, which shall provide the basic needs and assistance to all evacuees during times of emergency. Now, there is now the conclusion. Sabi, ay, salamat. Potsang Duterte to. The lights go out for this administration 11 months from now. The work that we started and expected to finish within constitutional time frame of 6 years has been told. Much was so far, but we need not despair. Desperation is a feeling alien to the resilient Filipino. A peaceful and prosperous Philippines is no longer a distant dream, but one that is within our grasp. If our future Filipinos would also do it. If they would continue and would seize the opportunity to work together. Malaki ang papasalamat ng mga kababayan natin, lalo na silang sinasabi na mas panatag ang loob nila ngayon. Hindi na nababahala ang mga magulang na lumalabas ang mga anak nila naglalakad sa gabi. I will not elaborate on anything. You can draw your conclusion. Alam mo, when the Filipino father, a mother, or a child naglalakad sa gabi at siya ay gaya ng iba, even in America, you go into the inner cities of LA and New York, Washington DC, there's a corner there, they say, do not go there because you'll not come out alive. Ganon. Kung hindi maglakad na sila, puro takot na lang ang nasa loob nila, ma-hold up sa jeep. Tapos pati yung taga-ombudsman na buntis, patay pa, pati yung bata sa loob ng tiyan. But just to get the money to buy shabu. Because when the monkey is riding on your back, yung katawan mo hindi mo na maano. That is why you need to higop, sip. Kailangan mo maghigop at kailangan mong pumatay pag wala kang pera. Hindi naman talagang papatay. Maybe not. The mind is not ready for that. But in the struggle, you put up a struggle, if you have the owner of the money, talagang papatayin ka kung hindi mo ibigay. Yan ang ayaw ko. Kaya nung na-mayor ako sa Davao, ganito, mga umalis kayo sa daan. Yung daan, yung public transportation is for public good. Huwag mo silang takutin na magkanto pag-uwi. Nandyan, nagiinom man sa... Yan ang hilig ng Pilipino. Mag-inuman. Hindi mo malaman ang mga nag-uwi na babae, they have to take another route that would be longer because nandyan mga standby. So the streets are unsafe. Hold up, pinapatay. Sabi ko doon sa Davao na lang, wag na lang ako dito sa Maynila. Hindi naman talaga ako nakikialam dito. Pero alam nila, alam ng pulis kung ano ang gusto ko. Magprangkahan tayo. Sabi ko sa pulis, isauli mo yan. The roads, the highways are for law-abiding citizens of this country. Yung mga kriminal, yung mga the dregs of society, wag ninyong gamitin yung mga daan, hindi para sa inyo yan. And I will see to it that you are not there. Be sure that when I pass by, I do not see you. Because if I see you, I will dance with you. isauli ko. Kaya ngayon, medyo hindi naman talaga but yung mga sales girl ng mga shopping center, panatag na ang loob nila. At least chances of being mugged, murdered, and raped. Yan ang ayaw ko. Pag malayo, nakahigop na, kunin yung pera, hilain doon sa medyo maliit na mga grassy portion and rape. At papatayin. Yan ang hindi ko matanggap. Just like in Filipino sabi ko, I may be just a little bit crazier than the others. But that is what I am. Ayaw ko yung lalo na magsyabo ka. Tapos pasyal ka kung wala kang makuhang pera. Aakyat ka ng bahay. Just like that bank teller. It was raining so hard, just like the rains that we had experienced. It was pouring almost cuts and nails. Ang lakas talaga ng bagsak ng ulan. She went home to knock the door and pump the door loud. But ang parents nilang matanda niyang parents, hindi nakarinig. So anong ginawa nitong mga sa construction workers? Because diyan nga ako galit sa dugay. Nabibili nila mura. So it's 200, 300. Susuyupin nila. At pag nakasuyop ng droga yan, maghanap ng alkohol yan. Sigurado yan. Pag tama ng alcohol, pati yung ng droga, it shrinks the brain. Yung babae, she was just picked up and brought to the construction site near the house. Tapos, ni-rape doon, pinatay, sinunog pa. Oh, yan ang hindi ko talaga maintindihan. I cannot recall yung bata na 3-year-old rapin mo. Ang problema nito, ang nakikita nila, ang patay ng mga kriminal. Well, how about the victims on the other side? Bakit hindi ninyo tignan and see what these criminals have done to our children, to our wives and daughters? May listahan kayo. Ang listahan ninyo doon sa namatay, hindi ba kayo maligaya niya, wala ng kriminal? Pero pag tinrin mo dito, ilan ang patay na inosente, pati pulis ko at sundalo na mamatay dyan. Baka akala ninyo kriminal lang. So that is my lamentations, and I just want you to hear. In my 5 years in office, we made real change in governance to the reforms we pursued. However, for this governance, must be sustained and broadened. We need to make, I'm just getting my ear. Naghihingal ako. Baka dito ako mamatay pagka-presidente. Iba na ang pitik ng ko ngayon. Ng kasing-kasing ko. Kasing-kasing is puso. To make every public servant responsive to the needs of the people and enjoin every Filipino to assert the right to demand malasakit from their leaders until everyone lives with dignity, well-fed, educated, healthy, secure, disciplined, and empowered to contribute to the national development. I will not forever be president. But ang kulang sa Pilipino is assertiveness. Pag mayroon kayong transaction at hingian kayo, Ang sabi ko sa inyo, ito ang payo ko. Murahin mo, sabihin mo, nagtatrabaho kayo at kami dito. We are following papers and you are sitting on your ass on it. Kaya dito sabi ko, makinig kayo lahat ng Pilipino, total last SONA ko ito. Pag may mag-follow up kayo, permit, clearance, at maghingi ng pera, murahin ninyo. Sabihin ninyo, yan, sabi ni Duterte, sampaling ko kayo kasi ako nagbabayad ng buwis. Bakit ginaganito ninyo? Anto di mga Pilipino, hindi naman lahat, tayong magtatrabaho sa gobyerno. You know, I mean, it takes you 1 month to process a paper. Takes you, patos pabalik-balik yung tao. Pag ang tao bumabalik, 2, 1, 3, then there is corruption there. Murahin mo at kung maari, pahiramin kita ng pangkulam para kulamin. Ganun talaga. I'm just warning everybody. There's still 1 year to go. In about 3 days, lagyan mo ng papel, bumalik ka dito at this hour on Thursday. At pag gano'n, pakita mo yung papel, hanapin yung papel ibigay. Yan ang gamitin ninyo. For all the local governments also. In my cabinet, it's 30 days. Walang extension. All. Sabi ko, reduce the signing authority from 6, 7 to only 1 or 2. Hindi naman kailangan. Hindi kailangan nagpirma lahat ng empleyado dyan. 1 or 2, yung iba mag-process lang. But if you cannot process it also in so many days, in Davao, if it is a clearance which is long overdue, hindi mo na pwedeng ibigay doon sa tao. Ibigay mo sa akin at tanungin kita mo, bakit inabot ka ng ganito? There's no other conclusion. Corruption. Kagaya, what is true in Davao is true for the entire Philippines. About it na rin yan, nakapagsalita ako ng really video. Total, last ko naman itong SONA. Mabuti yung malaman ng tao na ganon ang ginagawa nila. It's not there. Hindi man nila nilagay yung mga ganon na wala mang mura dyan. Be careful. We need to fight and subdue narrow vested interests and ensure that our gains will benefit to the greater number of Filipinos, especially those who have the least in life. We have laid down the groundwork and are continuing to push for landmark reforms and key accomplishments to the last day of my term. I have full confidence that the Filipino spirit, pati ako nagmamadali na. Naiihi na kanina pa eh. It's a natural human biology, so what's the big deal? Bakit kayo magpakpak kung napaihi na ako? Sabagay, alam ko rin, nahiya kayo magtindig. Puno ang pila nito pagdating sa CR maya. I have full confidence that the Filipino spirit will persevere and triumph together. And together, let us rise as a nation. Thank you.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho Special Coverage.
At mga kasama dyan po, nagtatapos ang SONA ng Pangulo, mga kasama, sa kanyang huling yugto. Opo. At umabot po ng mahigit 3 oras. Okay? Ang SONA ng Pangulo. Opo. Atin pong ipagpapatuloy ang ating special coverage mamaya at 7:30 dahil may susunod pong programa tayo at 7 to 7:30. Pero atin munang ipasok ang wrap-up sa naging laman ng SONA ng Pangulo kasama si XL Radyoman 4 Angel Ronquillo. Angel.
SONA ng pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. Report!
Radyoman Rod, naging mahaba nga itong huling SONA ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa original na mula sa 49 hanggang 1 hour na speech ay umabot ito sa halos 2 oras kung saan napasarap nga sa pagtatalumpati itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Laman ng kanyang huling SONA ang pagpapasalamat sa ating mga medical health workers, gayon din sa mga frontliners dahil sa walang sawa at dedikasyon nila na ipinamamala sa ating mga kapwa Pilipino ngayong humaharap ang ating bansa laban sa gera kontra COVID-19. Hindi rin nawala, of course, ang war on drugs na pangunahing prioridad ng Duterte administration. Gayon din ang pagpugsa sa korupsyon, sa kriminalidad at gayon din ang pag-modernization sa AFP at gayon din sa Philippine National Police. Nabanggit din ng Pangulo yung ilan sa mga plano ng nalalabi pang administrasyon niya tungkol sa pagbangon ng ating bansa dito nga sa kinakaharap na pandemya. Sabi nga niya, hindi niya alam kung paano matatapos itong COVID-19 pandemic na ito, pero kinakailangan nating manalangin sa Panginoon Diyos upang tayo bigyan pa ng lakas ang loob at gayon din ng tapang, especially dun sa ating mga bagong bayani upang ang patuloy sila na lubaban at tayong lahat ay gawin natin yung ating parte. Ito ay sa magitan ng pagbabakuna at pagsunod dito nga sa mga health and safety protocols. At maliban dyan, Radyoman Rod, nabanggit din ng Pangulo yung mga bakuna na ating na nakuha mula sa iba't ibang pamahalaan. Gayon din, of course, yung mula sa pamahalaan ng China. At isa din sa kapansin-pansin ngayon, Radyoman Rod, ay hindi masyadong palamura itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Maging nagmumura man ito, pero ito'y pabulong lamang dahil nga kanyang nabanggit, isa doon sa mga bisita ay marami mula sa religious sector. Kaya't hindi na masyadong palamura ngayon, kapansin-pansin si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Mabalik tayo sa COVID dahil nabanggit din niya na sana hindi naman kumalat etong nga Delta variant dito sa ating bansa na sinasabi na mas mabilis magkahawa. Pero kung hindi man ito maagapan, sinasabi nga ng Pangulo, walang magagawa dahil posible na maipatupad yung mga protocols na ipinatupad noong mga early days. Pero hanggat maaari ay hindi na ito mangyari dahil nga hindi na kaya pa ng pamahalaan na magpatupad pa ng malawakang lockdown. Sa sinabi pa ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang SODA, ito'y bahagi ng COVID-19 response, ang pagbibigay ng livelihood doon sa ating mga kababayan. Kabilang na nga dyan ang paglagda ng isang executive order na nagbubuo sa isang task force for employment recovery kung saan layon nga nito ang pagkakaroon ng trabaho doon sa mga kababayan nating na-displaced o nawalan ng hanap buhay dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Kabilang din dyan ang retooling sa mga workers upang magkaroon sila ng better job opportunities. Gayon din ang pagkakaroon o pagbibigay ng 988 million pesos na loan sa 14,000 na enterprises na kabilang yan sa ibinasa sa Bayanihan 1 at Bayanihan 2. Gayon din ang 2.9 billion pesos na loan sa higit sa 12,000 enterprises, kasama na dyan yung mga displaced OFWs at nasa tourism sectors. Kasunod dyan, pinanawagan ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang muling pagpasa dito nga sa Department of Overseas Filipino Workers. Nais kasi ng Pangulo na magkaroon ng isang ahensya ng pamahalaan na siyang tutuktok sa concern sa pangangailangan ng ating mga bagong bayani. Nabanggit din ng Pangulo itong sa face-to-face classes kung saan dahil nga sa pandemya ay nahinto yung pagkakaroon ng face-to-face classes sa mga mag-aaral. Pero sabi nga ng Pangulo, sa kabila nga ng COVID-19 pandemic ay hindi pa rin ito naging hadlang upang magkaroon tayo ng kalidad na edukasyon para sa ating mga kabataan. Nabanggit din ng Pangulo sa kanyang speech ang tungkol sa Manila Bay Rehabilitation. Ang sabi nga ng Pangulo, ito ay kautusan ng Korte Suprema way back 2019. At kaugnay nga niyan, ay marami na aniyang mga open dump sites na nakapaligid dyan sa Manila Bay ang isinerado at 150 out of 187 na LGUs ang mayroon na ngayon access sa sanitary landfill at lahat ng mga establishmento na nakapaligid dyan sa Manila Bay ay kinakailangan sumunod dito nga sa mga environmental laws dahil kung hindi ay tiyak na sila ay ipasasara at dahil sa mga reforma na yan, Radyo Manrod, ay bumaba ang coliform level dyan sa Manila Bay at kitang-kita naman yung pagganda ng nasabing lugar na ngayon nga ay merong dolomite. Sabi nga niya hindi naman talaga maiwasan na hindi ma-wash out yung dolomite na yan. Pero hanggat wala pang naiisip na alternatibo, tuloy pa rin sa gagawing pag-replenish dyan sa dolomite sa may kahabaan ng Manila Bay. Kasunod dyan, sinasabi nga ng Pangulo, ay sinusulong ng Pangulo ang pagkakaroon ng isang batas na siya magtatatag para sa Disease Prevention and Vaccination Institute of the Philippines. Ito'y tungkol doon sa pagkakaroon natin ng kakayahan na mag-provide ng sarili nating bakuna laban kung ano man yung mga magiging sakit o magiging epidemya sa mga susunod na panahon. Umaasa nga si Pangulong Duterte na kahit mahirap yan dahil nga hindi tayo ganong kayamang bansa, pero dahil maraming mga Pilipino ang matataba ang utak, ang mga may magagaling sa siyensya, ay kayang-kaya natin na gumawa ng bakuna laban sa mga sakit tulad nga ng COVID-19. At hindi rin siyempre nawala yung pagkadismaya ni Pangulong Duterte dito sa mga kriminal dahil nga ang napupuna lang ng ilan sa mga kritiko, Radyo Manrod, ay yung mga listahan ng mga namatay na kriminal pero hindi nila nakikita yung listahan ng mga biktima at ng mga inosenteng sibilyan kabilang ang kanya mga pulis at sundalo. Kaya medyo gigil si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte tungkol sa yes.
Ipagpapatuloy natin yung ating special coverage mamaya at 7:30 dahil papasok na ang ating Tinig ng Pag-asa. Ipasok muna natin ang ating Tinig ng Pag-asa program and then we'll continue with our special coverage at kung ano pa yung mga naging pahayag ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang State of the Nation address na umabot ng mahigit 3 oras.
Oo, tama, Rod, mahaba-haba.
Pati siya naiihi na.
Mahaba pa yung listahan, yung pag-wrap up ko sana. Pero mamaya ko yan.
Mamaya, tutuloy natin mamaya yan.
Sige. Magdi-dinner muna tayo.
Tama, pahinga muna tayo.
Okay, para sa SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto, ako si Radyoman Angel Ronquillo, Tatak Arimen.
SONA ng Pagbabago, ang Huling Yugto. The DZXL 558 Radyo Trabaho Special Coverage.
Alright, mamaya atin pong ipagpatuloy ang ating special coverage. Mamaya pagkatapos lamang mga kasama ng programang Tinig ng Pag-asa. Susunod na po.
This portion was